welcome, by the way, those of you who are just joining us for our live coverage of Game 7 of the World Series. We're here talking a little pitching. We've been talking about Jack Morris, and if Jack Morris pitches the openers, John Smoltz specializes in pitching the closers. He beat the Dodgers to put Atlanta into the NLCS, and then he shut out the Pirates in Pittsburgh to put the Braves into this World Series. And Tommy, what about this pitching matchup tonight?
Well, Jack Morris is a veteran, as you said. This guy is a winner. He loves to pitch big ball games. You have to make him get the split finger over. As you will notice, when he gets ahead of batters, he throws that split finger. They swing at a lot of bad pitches in the dirt. If they make him bring the ball up, they got a chance. They got to make him throw his fastball if they want to beat him. This guy's tough.
John Smoltz is being asked, Tommy, to pitch again on 3 days rest. He has had mixed results, and do you think it'll hurt him tonight?
No, I don't think it'll hurt him with 3 days rest. This guy has to get all the energy that he has within him. This is the biggest game of his life. He has been the hottest pitcher in the entire major leagues in the second half. He has good stuff. If you get him out in front with 3 or 4 runs early, he is tough to beat. You've got to get to him early.
Tommy, some lineup changes tonight. With the righty Smoltz on the mound, Mike Pagliarulo will start at third base for the Twins. We come back here from Minnesota. We'll hear from Minnesota's man of the year. I'll get this right, Tommy. Kirby Puckett, as our coverage of Game 7 of the 1991 World Series rolls on from the Twin Cities here on CBS. Stay with us.
CBS Sports coverage of Game 7 of the 1991 World Series is brought to you by Hyundai. Yes, Hyundai, makers of the Excel, Scoop, Sonata, and the brand new Elantra. And by Charles Schwab, helping investors help themselves.
It's not just a new car, it's a new way of doing business. The new Elantra, a sedan so well built and worry-free, we can introduce it with 2 years service and maintenance free. About all you pay for is gas. Now, why would you want to take your business anywhere else? The new Elantra from Hyundai. Yes, Hyundai.
Personnel, please.
7th floor.
Now, when life turns up the heat, there's Degree antiperspirant. Because it's body heat activated, Degree turns on extra protection when you really need it. Degree, your body heat turns it on.
Sparky's Big Game Wisdom.
You need delivery in the clutch. So call Domino's Pizza. They've been coming through with clutch deliveries for over 30 years.
Call now and get a Domino's Pizza delivered for the game.
Nobody knows like Domino's.
Everyone has a dream, a vision deep inside.
When I decide to follow up on an investing idea, I need a broker who's ready when I am.
We make it easier to follow your own lead.
I can call Schwab at any hour, nights or weekends, get the information I need, even place an order to trade.
Always there to give you just the help you need.
Help yourself at Schwab today.
Someone's taken some steps to juice up their batteries. And today's Duracell batteries can even outlast the ones we made just a few years back. In fact, today's Duracell batteries aren't just built better, they're built to beat the band. You can't top the Copper Top.
I'm Paula Zahn.
And I'm Harry Smith, tired of being a couch potato.
You may also be a slouch on nutrition. Find out tomorrow on CBS This Morning.
It's breakfast for your head.
Just another game on the schedule, huh, guys? Mark Lemke and Lonnie Smith there sitting around thinking about Game 7 of the World Series. And maybe you saw the signs down in Atlanta that said Lemke for president. We know that won't happen because he can't afford the pay cut. And if they wanted to draft Lemke in Atlanta, here in Minneapolis, after last night's game-winning home run, they're crowning Kirby Puckett. This morning, we were the first entry on His Majesty's calendar.
We're bringing all our friends from Indian Hills. Good luck, you know.
All right.
All right.
Look what the neighbors brought you.
Oh, what do you do here, Pat?
Kirby, rock on. Congrats. Nice catch. Nice home run. We Love You, Kirby. They put all these pumpkins down here for you?
All these pumpkins, I don't have to go buy one now.
What about tonight? Can you do it again tonight, or what do you think?
We hope so, Pat. We've been playing well here at home, and I think after the win last night, the momentum got to be swinging our way a little bit. Plus, we got Mr. Morris tonight, but then again, they got Mr. Smoke. So I wish I knew the outcome. If I knew we were going to lose, I wouldn't show up. But unfortunately, in this game, you had to show up to see what the outcome is going to be.
Did you get any sleep?
A little bit. I got a few hours, but like I told you, I'm still tired. So I get my rest after it's all over.
What'd you dream about?
I didn't have time to dream. Just got to close my eyes and open them up again.
Hey, good luck tonight.
Hey, Pat, thanks a lot, man.
It.
Appreciate it.
Well, no visiting team has ever won a World Series game in the Metrodome, and Jack Morris has personally won 15 games here this season. We spoke to members of both the Braves and the Twins about their mission tonight and their mood coming into this Game 7.
I would say this is it. Hit Jack Morris against Smoltz, so I figure it's going to be some more high-drama baseball.
The team seems a little less loose than they did last night. Are you guys a little more concentrated, you think? Or?
No, we're still loose. We've been loose all year, but, you know, the whole season, 7-game series, it's come down to this one ball game, so I guess the winner is going to take the trophy.
Team focused, and how do you stay focused on this thing? You've had so many
there's a lot of things going on. I think we faced a lot of adversity coming in, even winning the division championship on through the National League Championship Series with the Pirates. So we're used to it. We're ready for it, and everybody's relaxed. We just know what we got to do out on the field and just maintain our focus on what we got to do to win.
You're an at-bat or two away from being the MVP of this thing.
Haven't really thought about it too much.
Yes, you are.
It's crossed my mind a little bit.
All right. Getting a little nervous or no?
Well, I'm a little nervous, but when the game starts, I don't think I'll be that nervous.
Greg Olson, just before the game, saying goodbye to some family and friends. He's from Edina, Minnesota, signed an autograph there, getting ready for his Game 7. Of course, it is up to the players to get it done tonight. But as Tommy told us, managing a Game 7 is a different experience, and we spoke with the men who will be playing chess with each other across the diamond to see how they got their
we had a
teams
nice
mentally
little short
ready.
meeting, and we're going to be focused, Pat. We have never had a problem with that, and we know it's a big ball game and all, and I'm sure the adrenaline's flowing, but it's not going to be to the point where it's going to hinder us.
How big are your butterflies?
Big right now.
Big.
You bet. Nah, it's the most exciting time of our lives, and I guess if you're not a little bit nervous, you'd never enjoy anything.
Just the thought of being in Game 7 of the World Series is something every kid dreams about, and we're just bigger kids right now. That's all that is. Both teams, I'm sure, are going to be ready to play. Talked about being drained and all this and that, and there's no way. Both teams will be fired up to play tonight.
Jack Morris now coming out to the cheers of a crowd, hoping for a World Series victory tonight. Some year he has had. On deck here, Ted Turner, as we continue live from the Metrodome.
I'm Jim Nance with an Olympic profile. Next, the tiny speed skater with high hopes.
Olympic glory used to depend on muscle, talent, and heart. Now you can add digital computer analysis, retinal scanners, and more, and that costs money. That's why every time you use your Visa card, money goes to help the U.S. Olympic team. So pull for the team and pull out your Visa card, because at the Olympics, they don't take excuses, and they don't take American Express. Visa, it's everywhere you want to be.
No Japanese woman has ever won a medal in the Winter Games. Now Seiko Hashimoto can change that. Amazingly, the 5'1" dynamo competes in all 5 speed skating events. When medals are awarded in Albertville, Seiko will be one to watch.
Visa, sponsor of this Olympic profile and the Winter Olympics on CBS.
Okay, we took the whole idea of car ownership and gave it a new twist. The new Elantra. A sedan so well built and tested, it comes with 2 years service and maintenance free. About all you pay for is gas, which makes owning anything else seem, well, a little bit twisted, huh? The new Elantra from Hyundai. Yes, Hyundai.
In art, taste is subjective, but in life, good taste is well defined. Fancy Feast gourmet cat food, exceptionally moist and delicious. Fancy Feast. Good taste is easy to recognize.
In today's financial climate, you need the strength and stability of the Buffalo. at Hennessy and Bull.
Still going. Nothing outlasts the Energizer. They keep going and going and...
There'll be major laughs. On your tiny shoulders rest the hopes, dreams, and passions of everyone who loves this base we call Hollister. On Major Dad at a special time. No pressure, dear. And major fun with Martians. Night Court's Richard Mall and Cheers' Rhea Perlman in The Last Halloween. An all-new hour of family fun Monday.
Live picture there of John Smoltz, who will be given the ball by Bobby Cox tonight for the Atlanta Braves, and he is 2-0 in the postseason. Smoltz going out, getting ready to warm up for his Game 7. You know, this series has been a long time coming for the fans of Atlanta, and in particular for owner Ted Turner, who sat down with our own Tom Lasorda to put this experience into perspective.
Well, after having been last and near the bottom for so long, it's a refreshing change, to say the least.
Ted, if Bobby Cox could come to you right now and say, Ted, I'd like for you to talk to the ball club tonight in this very, very important game, what would you say to them?
Well, I am going to see them tonight right before the game because I'm not going back on the team plane. I'm going to tell them that I'm real proud of them no matter how the game comes out, and that I look forward to seeing them next spring.
You've had such tremendous success, the birth of CNN, the winning of America's Cup, and now in the Fall Classic, battling for the World Championship of Baseball. Where does this fit in your career?
Well, I don't rank things, but it's certainly right up at the top of all the experiences that I've had.
Ted, there's been a lot of talk about how you are going to address the CHOP.
We're going to have the heads of the organization are going to get together and discuss it. It really was something that the fans started doing. It wasn't something that the organization came up with. Both Jane and I quit chopping when we heard about the Indians being offended by it, but I think it's much ado about nothing myself. I think it's unfortunate, but certainly no insulting intentions were made at all. We thought it was kind of honoring but basically it was just cheering for the team. That's all it is.
And there is Ted Turner's counterpart, Twins owner Carl Pohlad, a Minneapolis banker and businessman who bought the franchise from Calvin Griffith back in 1984. The nerves there. We've heard from the players, the managers, even the owner. But you know, if baseball is ultimately a game for kids, and aren't we all kids at heart, then maybe we should turn to the real experts, those who have spent this day talking about Game 7 in backyards and sandlots across this country.
Probably the most dramatic since the '75 World Series last night.
It was exciting. It was exciting. I don't know anything about the '75 series. I didn't get to see it, but it was the most dramatic home runs that I've ever seen.
Yeah, and tonight's game,
I think the Twins are going to go to win.
Morris is going to shut him down.
Yeah, I think the Twins are going to win it because Morris is too good of a pitcher.
The real boys of summer, Tommy. What about tonight's game?
Well, it's going to be a great game, and I think with the crowd, the dome, and Jack Mars, as much as I want to see the National League and Atlanta win, I've got to say that they have the edge tonight.
Tom Lasorda for the Twins tonight, then.
Yeah.
We'll be back to meet the starting lineups for tonight's Game 7 when our CBS Sports coverage of the 1991 World Series continues after a word from your local station.
U.S. champion Todd Eldridge and skating's bad boy Christopher Bowman in their first major competition of the season. It's Skate America on Olympic Winterfest next Saturday.
This is CBS.
Let's see. To get up to speed on this project, you'll need to review the last 6 weeks' editions of the Journal, plus these reports from the Department of Commerce. Then there's Forbes and Business Week, last 4 broadcasts of Wall Street Week. You'll want to scan those tonight at home. Plus this database from our Computer Information Service. Get through those and report back to me in the morning, okay?
It's up to all of us to prepare our children for the future. Ashland Oil urges business to get involved with schools today because better education is America's bottom line.
This is the Heartland. It seems no matter where you go these days, your checkbook isn't far behind. At Metropolitan Federal, you'll find a checking account to help you manage your money and keep your life in balance. Metropolitan Federal, The Heartlands Bank, for checking.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, good evening and welcome to Game 7 of the 1991 World Series. At this time, we would like to introduce to you the 1991 National League champion, Atlanta Braves. First, the non-starters, the coaches, the trainers, and the equipment men. Hi, Mom! And now the manager, number 6, Bobby Cox. Leading off, the designated hitter, number 27, Lonnie Smith. Batting second and playing third base, number 9, Terry Pendleton. Batting third, playing center field, number 5, Ron Gant. Batting fourth in right field, number 23, David Justice. Batting fifth, the first baseman, number 12, Sid Reed. Batting sixth in left field, number 14, Brian Hunter. Let's go, Brian. Batting seventh, the catcher, number 10, Greg Olson. Batting eighth, playing at second base, number 20, Mark Lemke.
Hey, you hear what they say?
Batting ninth at shortstop, number 2, Rafael Belliard. And in the bullpen, the starting pitcher for Atlanta, number 29, John Schmaltz. And now, ladies and gentlemen, your 1991 American League champion, Minnesota Twins. First, the non-starters, coaches, trainers, and equipment men. First, the non-starters, coaches, trainers, and equipment men. And now the manager, number 10, Tom Kelly. Leading off in left field, number 32, Dan Gladden. Batting second, the second baseman, Chuck Knobloch. center field, number 34, Kirby Puckett. Batting fourth, the first baseman, number 14, Kent Hrbek. Batting fifth, the designated hitter, number 44, Chili Davis. Batting sixth, the catcher, number 12, Brian Harper. Batting seventh, playing in right field, number 24, Shane Mack. Batting eighth at third base, number 13, Mike Pagliarulo. Batting ninth, the shortstop, number 7, Greg Gagne. And in the bullpen, warming up for the Twins, number 47, Jack Morris. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand as the United States Marine Color Guard presents our nation's colors. And now, to honor America, please join 7-year-old Jacqueline Hawkins from New Hope, Minnesota, as she leads us in our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see him by the dawn's early light? What so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose bright and bright stars through the perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets riding round still there. Oh, say, angels that star spangled midnight wave. Oh, the land of the free and the home of the
What were you doing when you were 7 years old? That was terrific. Jack Buck and Tim McCarver are going to be back right around the corner. Stick with us. Game 7 coming up.
Game 7 of the 1991 World Series is brought to you by Toyota and the all-new totally redesigned Camry. Toyota, I love what you do for me. Today's Duracell, the copper top battery. And by Budweiser, with that clean, crisp, cold taste. Nothing beats a Bud.
something happens between the weddings and birthday parties. It's called the rest of your life. That's why we created America's most popular camcorder, the Handycam, from Sony.
Buying 100% Colombian coffee can be tricky if you don't know what to look for. Because some coffee is only part Colombian. And some coffee isn't any part Colombian. So how can you be sure you're getting the richest coffee in the world? Always look for Juan Valdez. He'll only be on brands that are 100% Colombian coffee. The richest coffee in the world.
Allison Denny thinks her trash bags are strong. Can I get her to try Glad drawstring trash bags?
No, absolutely not.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Allie?
Uh-huh.
Well, what if we take a Glad drawstring bag filled with 25 pounds of last week's garbage and drop it onto your house? Not to worry, Big Al. Those Glad trash bags have 3 strong plies of stress flex plastic, and those red drawstrings tie up tight. Now will you try Glad drawstring bags, Allie?
Sure, even though that's not my house.
Is this rope important?
Oh, don't do that. No!
Glad. Only the strong survive.
The day may come when travelers don't care how much their luggage weighs. But for now, there's the Samsonite Lightweight. It's 25% lighter than the average soft-side suitcase. Because at least in the immediate future, the weight of the luggage you carry can still be a matter of some gravity. Samsonite, our strengths are legendary.
As parents, we'd all like to believe that our children will grow up and go through life untouched by drugs. But unfortunately, the odds are stacked against us. 1 in 2 high school seniors tries illicit drugs, and up to 20% use them on a regular basis. 1 in 5 10th graders experiments with marijuana. And weekly cocaine use is now being detected in 6th grade students. But the numbers aren't all bad. Recent studies have shown that students who are able to talk about their problems with their parents are twice as likely to say no to drugs and alcohol. Indeed, communication is the key to beating the odds. We're in a must-win situation, and we're all in it together. Well, they're getting ready in the Metrodome, and get used to this scene because you'll no doubt, depending on the Twins do, see it all night long. You know, there is no game in baseball more important than Game 7 of the World Series, and no one knows that more than Jack Buck, who has called so many of them, and Tim McCarver, who batted folks 300 as his Cardinal teams won 2 out of 3 Game 7s. I think he even stole a base in one of those games. Gentlemen, have a good game. Let the goosebumps begin, Mr. Buck.
Yeah, thank you, Pat. It's going to be terrific. I just hope that little 7-year-old girl who sang the anthem doesn't do play-by-play.
No, wasn't she terrific? I'm telling you.
She was terrific. Folks, we've been wrong. We kept saying this series can't get any better. And it got better and better and better. And now here we are with this game to mark the end of a glorious baseball season.
And Jack, so many vivid memories of the first 6 games that we thought it appropriate to show some of the scattered pictures of the smiles we left behind. Game 1, Jack Morris, a gallant warrior returning home. Hats off. Game 2, when push comes to shove, a bad turn for Atlanta. Game 3, Rick Aguilera, the pinch hitter. Later, Game 3, a force emerges in Mark Lemke, driving home the winner. Game 4, the violent collision of Smith and Harper. To end Game 4, an arm's length, an elbow's width, the subtle difference between out and safe. Game 5, it was David Justice putting Atlanta on top. And last night, Puckett's charge ignites the Twins. And Homer Hankies were aptly named last night, Jack.
And we just know that something will happen tonight to take its place with those pictures you just saw. We're close to game time. Let's join Jim Cott.
All right, thank you, Jack. Perfect pitching matchup. Can you believe this? Jack Morris and John Smoltz. Jack Morris with John Smoltz, boyhood idol. Minnesota signed him to pitch big games like this. Atlanta traded for Smoltz to do the same. They'll have a big influence on who wins this game. The warm-ups are over with. The palms are a little sweaty. They're going over their little checkpoints. Few hours, we're going to celebrate, see which team wins. These guys have been thinking a lot of thoughts since they warmed up. Backyard games, boyhood dreams of pitching game 7. And when it's all over and the champagne is kind of dried off, there's one thing they're playing for, and that's this ring. More than anything else, a ball player wants that. Morris and Smoltz going to have a big influence on who wears it after this one's over.
There are the Twins on the field with Jack Morris taking his warm-ups. He certainly has had more experience than John Smoltz. But the two of them are just excellent hurlers, both at a very, very strong position with regard to the season. They've been pitching very well as of late. And we're ready for this one to start unwinding. Lonnie Smith will be first up.
Feel like we've died and gone to 7.
That's what we've done. Boy, this is exciting for everyone involved. Lonnie Smith with a handshake to the catcher, Brian Harper, a former teammate of his. And here he is from Highland Park, suburb of St. Paul, Jack Morris. Hometown boy makes good. First pitch. Ball 1. Smith has had 3 hits, and he's had 4 hits, and 3 of them have been home runs. Strike. Smith Pendleton again in the Atlanta first.
I don't think I've ever seen a hitter shake hands with a catcher before the first pitch in any game.
Like a heavyweight fight. It was an unusual occurrence. Two balls and a strike. Jack Morris the pitcher, Brian Harper the catcher. We'll meet the umpires here in a moment. Playable into right field. Shane Mack is there. And that's the way this one starts. Here are tonight's umpires. Don Denkinger will work the plate. Harry Wendelstedt, Drew Coble, Terry Tata, Rick Reed, and Ed Montague. This is the crew chief, Don Denkinger. And he will be scrutinized here this evening. Everything that occurs on this playing field is under quite a microscope. Pendleton has been hot with the bat. He's had 10 hits in the series. He homered here last night, his second home run of the series. Ball 1 to him.
Terry 6 for his last 7. He won the batting title this year, the first Atlanta Brave to win a National League batting title since Ralph Gard did it in 1974.
Out of play. Ralph Gard, by the way, still with the Braves organization. He was one of my favorites when he was with Atlanta. What a nice fellow he is. 1 ball, 1 strike. Easy for Herbeck. 2 out. $55,000 plus here in the Metrodome. Nice chilly evening, clear night out of doors. Ron Gant stands between Jack Morris and a perfect first inning. Gant with no home runs in the series. He has 8 hits. He hits everything hard. Skipper of the Atlanta Braves, Bobby Cox. They go home after the game tonight. Will it be a triumphant trip? Tom Kelly is the skipper of the Twins. He won it all in '87. And had to win Game 7 here against the Cardinals to accomplish that. 2 balls and a strike. Pat O'Brien mentioned in the early going, Morris won 2 games against Toronto. He was the winner in Game 1 of this series. Then no decision in Game 4. So he's pitching in Games 1, 4, and 7. Turn 2.
He can't be any more of a #1 guy. He started the first game of the season for the Twins. He pitched in the All-Star game. He pitched the first game of the American League Championship Series. And he pitched the first game of the World Series. He won all 4 of those games.
And he is 6-1 in postseason play during his career. Down in order go the Braves.
We built the all-new 1992 Toyota Camry with many exotic materials, including the one you see here, the road. You see, by putting insulating panels made from asphalt in the new Camry, we were able to help keep something else out: noise. The all-new 1992 Toyota Camry. We just couldn't leave well enough alone.
The race is on to make batteries that last longer. And today's Duracell batteries can even outrun the ones we made just a few years ago. Today's Duracell. You can't top the copper top.
I think kids have it tougher now than we did. All the pressure.
Well, it's one thing they got the same as us. Hot Quaker oatmeal. That'll help get a kid through the morning as good as anything I know. Instant Quaker oatmeal. It's the right thing to do.
One more, Jack. Think about tomorrow. Okay. Good. So, how do you feel?
Pretty rock and roll.
Only one beer has the taste as genuine as the people who drink it. Budweiser.
How so fast? I could turn out the light in the bedroom and be in bed before the room got dark. I like a full-figured lady like you, honey. That way, if we lose the house, we can live in your bloomers. Well, when you're knocking on the gates of heaven, you better stay on good terms with the doorman.
Braves went down in order, no score in the first. Each team has won their home games. Minnesota won the first 2 here in the Metrodome. And the series traveled to Georgia, and Atlanta won all 3. Came back here, took a day off, and last night's exciting win went to the Twins. There's John Smoltz, a 14-game winner during the season, but 8-1 after the All-Star game. And he won 2 games against Pittsburgh, including the clincher. No decision in one World Series start.
He has won all 3 of his postseason starts. And he won his last 8 starts in the regular season.
First batter, Dan Gladden. I have to announce those names before the PA announcer does, or you wouldn't hear a thing. It's going to be Gladden, Knobloch, and Puckett. They took the roof off this place just about when they introduced Puckett in the pregame. Gladden has had 4 out of 25. That's not so hot. We'll see how John Smoltz gets along. Greg Olson has caught each game of this series. And he was a strong performer down the stretch for the Braves. Pulled an Iron Man act. Is in the hole, 1 and 2.
2 unhittable sliders for 2 strikes to Dan Gladden. Those are sweeping sliders from Smoltz.
He pitched 7 innings in game 4. Braves won that game. He didn't get the win. Out of play. 1 and 2. Had a remarkable sports season up here in the Minneapolis area. Now game 7 of the series to add to the luster. And Smoltz is off on the right foot with a strikeout.
There have been 5 previous series in which the home team won each of the first 6 games. But in only one of those 5 series did the home team win game 7, and that was the last World Series here in Minnesota, won by the Twins against the Cardinals, game 7 in the Metrodome here.
Batting is Chuck Knobloch. The rookie second baseman had a couple of runs batted into this series. 7 base hits. Smoltz pops one in there. Smoltz first put on the Atlanta uniform in '88 for a few games. Popped him up for an apparent second out, and who wants it? Somebody better catch it. There's the second out with Justice making the catch. It looked like Lemke was going to go to it, then Gant gave up. There was a momentary pause there, wasn't there, Tim?
Yeah, I like that qualifying word, apparent. I think that's appropriate for a visiting team in this ballpark. We saw Brian Harper lose one last night. Or Brian Hunter, I beg your pardon.
Well, they applauded long and loud last night for this fella, and they're doing it again. Kirby Puckett. Has a flair for the dramatic. His 11th inning home run was only the 4th extra inning game-ending home run in World Series history. Dusty Rhodes hit one, Eddie Matthews, Carlton Fisk. Strike 2 on Puckett.
Dusty Rhodes against Bob Lemon back in 1954 when the Giants swept the Indians. Eddie Matthews of Milwaukee in the 1957 series off Bob Grimm. And then everybody knows about Carlton Fisk home run against Cincinnati in game 6 of '75.
Back to John. No runners in the first.
Just popping up that free Special K waffles from Eggo. Once you see how good that free can be, oh no, you never let go.
No way. It's all mine.
Special K waffles from Eggo.
Eggo Special K waffles. Crisp, delicious, yet every bite fat-free, cholesterol-free, and just 80 calories per waffle. See how good fat-free can be.
Oh no, you never let go.
Nah.
Special K waffles from Eggo.
We'd like to celebrate the 21st century a little early. Introducing the all-new 1992 Toyota Camry. We just couldn't leave well enough alone.
Every business morning, while the rest of the world is getting up, UPS is guaranteeing overnight delivery before 10:30 for far less than other companies charge. And every business morning, more people are waking up to that fact.
Good morning.
Morning.
Lions Bears will fight with force. Central Division collision course. Who's the best in the Midwest? Watch on Sunday, CBS.
It's the NFL on CBS.
No score, top of the second. Tim, you referred to that unhittable slider by John Smoltz. When you're all pumped up in a game like this, you get a little more fastball behind that slider, a little more velocity, a little less break, and I think that's what the Twins hitters saw a lot of in the bottom of that first inning.
And he threw some nasty pitches indeed. Now it's Morris pitching to David Justice. Hit it hard, but right at Puckett, and it plays in front of him for a first base hit of Game 7. Had to play deep with Justice up there, and David gets his 7th hit of the series.
Well, we've talked about Kirby Puckett. If he has an Achilles heel, it is playing a little bit too deep. And I think he gets in the habit of doing that here at the Metrodome to try to cut down on gap base hits. But that ball normally is caught, but because Puckett was so deep, it falls in front.
For Justice, it kind of makes up for the ball that just missed being a home run last night. And these Braves did hit into some tough luck. Here's Sid Bream. No runs batted in the series, and ball 1 to him.
Tommy Lasorda referred to Jack Morris and how the hitters of the Atlanta Braves should either try to get ahead of Morris or hit early in the count. By doing that, you don't allow him to throw that split finger fastball. He usually throws it when he's ahead in the count. So if he throws that fastball over for a strike, you want to put that ball in play instead of trying to hit the splitter. He throws that about as hard as he does his fastball.
Ryan Harper gets some help from the dugout. Justice is a threat to run. And that ball is out of play. Justice is not the fastest of runners, but he did steal 8th base during the season. Jimmy Williams, the 3rd base coach.
It was Justice's steal of 2nd base before the Mark Lemke hit in Game 3. That allowed Atlanta to win their first postseason game ever.
Leadoff man is on for Atlanta. 2 balls and a strike. Herbeck holding against the runner. Got to be rather close.
Combination of Jack Morris and Brian Harper, a good combination on which to run. 15 wild pitches led the American League, and Jack Morris had no pickoffs on the season.
Almost had one there. Justice has shortened his lead. There he goes. And the runner will advance as Knobloch couldn't get it out of the glove immediately and had to go to first base for the first out of the inning.
I think Dave Justice pulling an Edwin Moses. He looked like a high hurdler going over that ball, and I think that upset the rhythm of Chuck Knobloch. Watch Justice hurdle this ground ball, and Knobloch, I think, caught it a little in the heel of the glove, couldn't get it out cleanly, and had to go to first base. That's an Edward Moses form, isn't it?
Good form by Justice. And good for Atlanta that they started the runner, or with Green running, that would have been a double play. Hunter is up. Ball one. Ryan, 3 out of 17. There's a rookie playing in the 7th game of the World Series. And another rookie at the plate. And that's just foul. Well, that's the way it went all last night for Atlanta, wasn't it, Tim?
Well, he hit that ball off the end of the bat, but Atlanta did hit an awful lot of balls hard last night, either at Twins players or just foul. You mentioned the David Justice foul ball that was really crushed, about a foot foul. And then Terry Pendleton, his second time up, just missed an extra base hit.
Single by Justice, infield out. Hunter and then Olson will have a crack at putting the Braves on top in the second. And some folks have made the trip up from Georgia to root for their club. They haven't had a winner since the Braves moved there. The last Braves team to win was the '57 group. That's Eddie Matthews, Hank Aaron, Joe Edcock, Frank Torrey, Del Crandall, Red Shane James, Johnny Logan, Andy Pafko, Bill Bruton. That was a terrific team. And the pitchers were Spawn and Burdette and Buell.
Lou Burdette won 3 games in that series, and it was Lou Burdette who lost the decisive game in 1958 to the Yankees. The Yankees trailed 3-1, and then they came back to win the last 3 games against Milwaukee.
That's when the Braves were in Milwaukee. 2-2 to the batter. High heat for the second strikeout.
Morris just blows this high fastball right by Ryan Hunter. See Hunter under it.
That's the second out of the inning, and it's up to Greg Olson. He is trying to do some damage against his hometown team. He is from Edina, Minnesota. He's cooled off lately. He's had 6 hits in the series.
You would think after the World Series that Greg Olson would just drive home and stay, right? Wrong. He will take the plane back with the Braves and drive home. He left his car down in Atlanta, so he won't get here until Thursday or so.
If he wins the series, he'll be able to buy a new car.
That's right.
Popped him up. Second baseman under it. Braves lead 1. No score after an inning and a half.
I remember it well. I just come out of some of the most rugged country of Utah when I turned 200,000 miles on my truck.
I was way back in the woods. It's rugged. It's at the base of Chestnut Mountain. A lot of people won't go there, but it's a special place to me.
I pulled over the side of the road, showed a sign saying 200,000 miles. Is that cool or what?
Where were you when your Toyota truck hit 100, 200, or 300,000 miles? Call us and tell us your story.
The only truck I'll ever own will be a Toyota. I'll tell you that much right now.
Radio Shack, America's technology store.
Now get 0% interest on all Tandy computer products until November 1st. No down payment and no payments until February 1992. 0 interest on this easy-to-use home organizer computer system with hard drive and color monitor, only $899.95. 0 interest on our special edition 20 megahertz 386SX system with 85 megabyte hard drive, mouse, modem, and software, just $12.99. Now save better at Radio Shack, America's technology store.
We've added the leading cough suppressant to the proven cold relief of Alka-Seltzer Plus. So now you can relieve your cold and cough together. Introducing Alka-Seltzer Plus cold and cough medicine. 2 kinds of relief from only 1 medicine.
I'm toning up from my head to my toes. I'm toning up, now my skin's gonna glow.
New Tone with cocoa butter is specially formulated to rinse clean.
I'm toning up.
Tone up with new clean rinsing Tone.
Baseball. It's really quite a simple game. Throw the ball, hit the ball, catch the ball. But some of this game's greatest moments haven't taken place in front of thousands of fans. Like the look on a young boy's face when a legend takes time to visit a hospital. Or the entire Red Sox organization whose Jimmy Fund quietly helps sick children. Or a hometown hero who hasn't forgotten his less fortunate neighbors. Yes, baseball really is a simple game. And it's simply at its best when it's caring for others.
A message from Major League Baseball and its players.
Now, when there's a lot of tension, no score here in the bottom of the 2nd inning, there's a lot of tension and numbness in the joints, a lot of pressure on the players.
Close-up look at Tommy Glavine.
It's just twisting the joints, trying to get them loose.
Here's Kent Hrbek to start the home second. He is 0 for his last 13 in the series. He's had 3 hits overall. One of them a home run. Ball 1. It'll be Hrbek, and then Chili Davis, and then Brian Harper. And even that young fella knows the significance of this affair. Into short right, and Justice has it. 4 in a row, retired by the Atlanta hurler.
Strange things happen in World Series back in 1924, Game 7, a 12-inning game. And who was in the game? Walter Johnson. He entered the game in relief in the top of the 9th inning, and the Washington Senators won in the bottom of the 12th, 4-3 over the Giants. Tommy Lasorda talking about using everybody. Well, there's a pretty good example. It's been going on for a lot of years.
Including Glavine, whom you saw a moment ago. He could be used for a hitter or 2, Bobby Cox told us. Here's Davis. Chili has had 3 hits. 2 of them home runs. He's the designated hitter. Out of play, strike 2. And happy to see that John Smoltz, as young as he is not letting this situation bother him.
Only 23 years old, he came to the Atlanta Braves for Doyle Alexander from Detroit. Signed with Detroit in 1985, and after 2 lackluster minor league seasons, he has really blossomed for Atlanta.
1-2 to Davis.
Said 23, he's 24 years old. He started this season 23. Part of the young Atlanta Braves pitching staff.
And that's strike 3. And that's 5 in a row by Smoltz, 2 on strikes.
We talked about the sweeping effect. Jim Cott commented on the sweeping effect of the breaking ball by Smoltz, and that's a good example right there. Smoltz throws the curveball that goes down to left-handers, the slider that goes away to right-handers.
And the first to Harper is a ball. Brian Harper with a half dozen hits, 6 out of 17. One and one.
Brian Harper with that left leg, you'll notice how he has it cocked. That's what hitters do when they try to stay back and wait for the pitch.
Had a good swing, but he's in the hole, 1 and 2.
By waiting for the pitch, you're not lunging. The two elements of successful hitting is to wait and have quick hands.
Yeah, that's what they say. Wait, 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 and then hit the ball in front of the plate. If you can do those two things, then you're a hitter. First hit for the Twins. He's a good two-strike hitter, Tim.
Yeah, he's a contact batter. Struck out only 22 times this year. We have seen him time and time again do well with 2 strikes, and that a good pitch by Smoltz, but better hitting by Harper.
Brings up Shane Mack. Mack hit .310 during the season. He's pulled off in the series with only 2 out of 19. And the Atlanta pitcher continues to get ahead of the batter. Ball, 1 strike. Ron Gardenhire is the third base coach. Harper not a fast runner. Boy, Smoltz has made some dandy pitches in the early going.
Wayne Terwilliger over at first base. Wayne Terwilliger played for about 18 years in the major leagues, primarily with the Washington Senators, and his top salary was $11,000 a year. And here you may get the upwards of $130,000 a share for the winning team tonight.
2 and 2. Yeah, that's what they figure that the full share will be worth for the winners. Not 130, maybe even more, 130,000. Shane Mack, 2 and 2. This fellow hit 18 home runs this season. Driven in 1 run in the series. Up the middle, and Harper will stop. So 2 hits by the hitters, each with a 2-strike count.
One on a slider away to Brian Harper, and now the fastball away. And Shane Mack grounds it hard up the middle. Harper elects to stop at second base because there are 2 outs.
Two on, 2 out. For Mike Pagliarulo. He's had 3 out of 8 against Atlanta.
Last time these 2 guys faced each other, Pagliarulo hit a solo home run in Atlanta. And in that sequence of pitches, John Smoltz had thrown 3 successful curveballs, 2 for strikes. And then Pagliarulo hit the fastball on the inside, so he starts him out tonight with a breaking ball.
And comes inside to make it 1 and 1, 2 on, 2 out. Brian Harper is at second. He's singled, and Shane Mack at first. That game Tim was referring to, Pagliarulo was 3 for 3 against John Smoltz. No score in the second of Game 7. Another breaking ball, 2-2. 2 on, 2 out, 2 balls, 2 strikes, second inning. That ball is fair. Green to Smoltz, and we have a scoreless 2 innings as the Twins strand 2.
She was sympathetic. My gynecologist said she'd been through it and the irritation could be intense. You couldn't cure a recurrent vaginal yeast infection fast enough. She said a woman should first see a doctor for an initial diagnosis. After that, with Gyne-Lotrimin, you can cure yourself. It's available full prescription strength without a prescription. She said it would bring me early treatment and early cure. Gyne-Lotrimin, my gynecologist's cure, and mine.
Love her, hold her, and remember our simple formula. At Dean Witter,
we measure success one investor at a time.
Dentists tell you to change your toothbrush every 3 months. So does the new Oral-B indicator. When the blue band fades halfway, it's time for a new brush. The new indicator from Oral-B, the brand more dentists use.
This morning, I don't have to decide who to throw it to
Montana connects for a touchdown.
or what play to call. It's nice when the only choice you gotta make is what to wear. Because with the style of Hanes activewear, that's easy. It all looks great.
So good looking. Where can I take you?
Everywhere.
Now try Hanes underwear and Hanes socks. 2 more ways to look your best.
How does your morning show stack up? Probably not as well as you think. That's right. It would take 3 of the other morning shows to equal the amount of information and enjoyment you get from just 2 hours of CBS This Morning. I'm Harry Smith, anchor of CBS This Morning.
CBS This Morning, breakfast for your head.
CBS Sports coverage of Game 7 of the 1991 World Series is brought to you by Lexus Luxury Automobiles, the result of a relentless pursuit of perfection. Dean Witter measures success 1 investor at a time. And by Budweiser, the king of beers, who reminds you friends know when to say when.
No score after 2.
Greg Olson working on his swing with his shin guards on in the dugout. Do a lot of strange things in the 7th game of the World Series.
Lemke. That's right.
Talk about tension. You can look around the stands and see the owners of each of these clubs, the executives as well as the players. Nobody can sit still.
2 quick ones on Mark, who has had 9 hits.
We've talked about how there's more tension in the League Championship Series, and I think generally speaking that's true. But somehow this year it's different in the World Series. John Schuerholz, the general manager of the Atlanta Braves, his first year. Got to be thinking, what can I do to improve this year?
Into left field and foul. It stays 1-2. Schuerholz over from Kansas City certainly made some shrewd moves. They turned out well for the Braves. Picked up some free agents such as Terry Pendleton, who led the league in batting. Sid Bream, Rafael Belliard. He finished off the picture for the Braves. 2-2. Lemke, Belliard, and Lonnie Smith in the third. Morris is 3-0 in World Series starts and 6-1 in postseason play. 3-2. It was strike 2. 0-2.
Mark Lemke with 3 triples in this series, and he had 2 in 1 game. Biggest names, I guess, most recently, Bobby Richardson of the Yankees, Tommy Davis of the Dodgers.
To the second baseman, Knobloch. Braves have 1 hit in the game. That by David Justice, wasted in the second inning. Pendleton has some advice for Lemke. Belliard is up. And Morris ahead on the count.
Maybe Terry Pendleton was asking Mark Lemke, how do you win a game in this Metrodome? He lost 4 as a member of the Cardinals back in 1987, and he's lost 3 home games up here this year. Road games for him, but of course home games for the Twins.
Through the hole, and the 6th hit for Belliard in this series. 1 on, 1 out. Second hit for Atlanta.
The designated hitter, Lonnie Smith.
Nice hitting by Belliard. Pitch was away, and he hits it away. I think Chuck Knobloch will learn after a while that diving on that carpet is not good policy. You can do that on dirt and get away with it, but if you do that over a period of years, that's tough on the body.
Knobloch at second base as the Twins try to induce the double play ball from Lonnie Smith, who has other ideas. Off the glove, and good reaction by Belliard. He's at second with 1 out.
It's exactly what it was too, Jack. Reactions, great instincts by Belliard. We talked about Morris's wild pitches, but I think this is going to be a pass ball. We'll see how it's scored. Yep, it scored a pass ball, and there's Belliard right there, anticipating a ball coming out of the glove, and if you don't anticipate it, you're not going to get a good jump, and he did.
Now it's ball 2 to Lonnie Smith, who started the game with a fly ball to right. He's hit 3 home runs in this series, but 0 for 12 with men in scoring position.
Yeah, all 3 home runs have been solo shots.
He can go the other way with the ball, but we've seen him pull the ball most of the time in the series. That's ball 3. 55,000 plus here at the Metrodome in the Twin Cities. No score, top of the third. Runner at second, 1 out. Game 7. It's all over when the curtain comes down on this one. All around town, Tim, we heard people say it's a shame that somebody's got to lose one tonight. I know it's a cliche, but everybody feels that way, including the Minnesota fans. They admire these Braves and what they've done. Lonnie Smith joins Rafael Belliard on base. Well, how do you win a game here in the Metrodome? Pendleton wants to know. Well, to do something with men on base. Belliard at second, Lonnie Smith at first. Pendleton grounded out to first his first time, and he has driven in 3 runs in the series. Has 2 homers. Has 10 hits. In the last half inning, the Twins left 2 men on.
Big difference, though. They got their 2 men on with 2 outs. There's only 1 out now.
Ball 1 to TP, as they call Terry Pendleton.
Appropriate name for a Braves player.
4 for 8 with runners in scoring position. There's Scott Erickson, who started last night's game. In game 4, Pendleton had a home run and a double against Jack Morris. One ball, 1 strike. Jimmy Williams reminding the runners, 1 out. Rick Aguilera on the bench. It'll be a while before they will use him, if at all, tonight. One ball, 2 strikes, and Pendleton's had some good swings. You can cut it with a knife here, folks. Into short left field. Gladden cruises to it. 2 out. They got a tough one there. 2 on, 2 out. Ron Gant comes up. Harper went out to talk to his hurler. And sooner or later, if the Braves are going to have good results, this fellow is going to have to pop one. Gant struck out his first time. He's a first ball fastball hitter. And a shortstop. Force out, and Atlanta leads 2. They've left 3. We'll return to the Metrodome after this message and a word from your local station.
Bill's neighbor picked a fight. He didn't know Bill was getting it all on tape. He knows now. Fighting Back. 48 Hours returns Wednesday.
While you're watching the World Series, try not to think about those shocking photos or the town scandal. Try not to think about, well, you get the picture. Knots Landing will return Thursday. In the meantime, please, try to keep your mind on baseball.
This is CBS.
And you will need to keep a minimum balance of $500. Checking accounts, Harris speaking. It's for you.
Me?
Miss Riley?
Yeah?
This is TCF, Miss Riley.
Yeah?
If you could change the way banks do business, what would you change?
I'd make them offer free checking with no minimum balance.
Who is that?
Thank you, Miss Riley. Oh, beautiful day, isn't it?
Yeah, thanks.
No, thank you.
TCF, banking the way you want it.
Remember
when we first began Dimension, you hear a lot of people say, including a lot of us, that we weren't too sure what it meant.
But after a while, Dimension took shape, and it made a lot of sense to our viewers and to us. Everyone's news tells you what happens. Dimension tells you why. Like my trip to the rainforest or Don's to Romania.
Today, it's our way of trying to explain the news that affects everyone. So when you watch Dimension on Channel 4, you'll know there's something in it for you.
Today's WCCO television. You won't miss a thing.
Atlanta's left 3, Minnesota 2. Bottom of the third, no score. Good Treadway on the Atlanta bench. Rick Gagne leads it off. He's batting in the number 9 spot. Has a home run among his 4 hits.
Big 3-run home run in game number 1. Keith Mitchell and Nick Esaski. Nick has been on the disabled list for 2 years with the Atlanta Braves with vertigo.
Smoltz gets ahead on the outside edge. Smoltz has allowed 2 singles. They came in the second after 2 were out. That's strike 2. Scoops. 1 out. Let's go back 31 years and take a trip to Old Forbes Field in Pittsburgh.
This one, in typical fashion, was going right to the wire. Here's a swing and a high fly ball going deep to left. This may do it. Back to the wall goes Berra. It is over the fence, home run. The Pirates win. Ladies and gentlemen, Mazeroski has hit a 1-0 pitch over the left field fence at Forbes Field to win the 1960 World Series for the Pittsburgh Pirates.
And a foul ball off the bat of Gladden.
That is the only home run that has ever ended a World Series. Bill Mazeroski, Game 7, the only home run that ever ended a World Series.
Out of play, strike 2 to Gladden. We've had some games here that ended abruptly, haven't we?
Yeah,
Tim?
this has been a rather unique World Series in which the winning run was driven in on the final pitch in 3 different games. That's the first time it's ever been done. Lemke drove in Justice in Game 3. And then a Willard sacrifice fly plated Lemke in Game 4. And then last night, Kirby Puckett with an 11th inning home run.
Leadoff man has been retired in the 3rd. Gladden hacking away, and it stays 1-2. Tom Kelly. Did he? Nope, says the first base umpire, Harry Wendelstedt. 2-2. He'll get more than one.
Remember the first at bat for Gladden, a lot of sliders away. Smoltz gets ahead of Gladden and tries to come back with a slider, and he hangs it in the middle of the plate, and Gladden does the rest.
He narrowly averted the strikeout on the half swing. Came back with a 1-out double. Knobloch, and then Puckett will have a chance to put the Twins on top in the third. Knobloch fly to right his first time. He missed with that one. Knobloch has driven in 2 runs in this 91 series. Ball 2. Gladden's double was only his 5th hit of the series, but it comes at a time when it puts pressure on the Braves.
I think Tom Kelly was talking to Dan Gladden to keep an eye on Knobloch. Either that or increase your lead at second base. With 1 out, it's a good time to try to steal third. We'll see.
He's able to get a big lead. 2-2. This is the Metrodome in Minneapolis, the home of the Twins, and it's game 7 of the series. We're in the bottom of the third. Runner at second base, 1 out. Tim McCarver and Jack Buck with you, and this is the last baseball game of the year. The center of the baseball universe, the Metrodome. Into right field. Justice is there. 2 out. The runner tags. Goes to third.
This may seem like a harmless out, but it does push Gladden to third base. And the one thing to keep in mind, we talked about the wild pitches of Jack Morris. John Smoltz had 20 wild pitches during the season. That's the most by any pitcher in the major leagues. So being at third base with 2 outs is much more important with a guy like Smoltz out there than it would normally be.
Is he a popular man here? Puckett ran back to the pitcher his first time. There's that pitch in the dirt that Tim was talking about. Ball 2.
Yeah, with a guy like Puckett up there, you're not going to give him anything too good to hit. You're going to try to make your breaking balls break a little more. That means there's a chance of it being in the dirt, and there's going to be a little more ride on the fastball. I don't think that they'll give in to Puckett by throwing a fastball here.
And I wonder if Puckett can get a hit after Pat O'Brien woke him up so early this morning to do an interview. Runner at third, 2 out. Usually, Tim, you get to an exciting game. Once the game starts, everything settles down and everybody's relaxed. Not tonight.
Not this one, no.
Not tonight. 2-2. Well, there was an excellent pitch by Smoltz.
Smoltz has just blown the last two fastballs right by Kirby Puckett. See what they go with, he and catcher Greg Olson, what they call here with the count 2-2. It's going to be the slider.
We have 6 more innings to go of torture and pleasure.
Toyota presents All-Around Champions. Giant slugger Will Clark is working to fight amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, the disease that took the life of Lou Gehrig and still afflicts thousands every year. As the athlete spokesman for ALS in Northern California, Clark pledges $100 for each home run he hits. Toyota is proud to contribute $1,000 to the ALS Association. Toyota salutes all-around champions.
How can it be that an automobile, a mere 9 inches larger on the outside, gives you over 2 feet more room on the inside? Maybe it's the new math. The all-new 1992 Toyota Camry. We just couldn't leave well enough alone.
So I'm doing my sound check. Hello. And I hear this woman's voice.
Crunch that last chord. I'll show you.
She grabbed the guitar.
And then she started rocking. No, I mean rocking.
You're pretty good. Not.
Someone that hot deserves something this cold. Suddenly, I remember this was a bud spot.
I like your style.
You know what's smart? This Magnavox digital CD shelf system that's incredibly powerful, compact, but what's really smart is this Magnavox 8mm Easy Cam that weighs less than 2 pounds. But what's really brilliant is this 13-inch TV with a built-in VCR. But what's ingenious is this 31-inch with a smart window that lets you see other channels and swap the picture. You know what's smart? This Magnavox digital CD...
Again.
Go away.
The ingenious products from Magnavox. They're smart, very smart.
You are watching the World Series on CBS.
This game summary is sponsored by Budweiser.
We've played 3 and each team has left 3. And we're scoreless. 4th inning. John Smoltz and Jack Morris holding 4th. And Morris ready to pitch to David Justice. There's a real lollipop and a strike. A little bit of everything from this veteran hurler.
That lollipop was sweet if you're looking for it, but most hitters don't look for it. He only throws it 4 or 5 times a game. 2 in a row. How about that?
He's got 2 more to go.
Mind you, the 46 All-Star game. Rip Sewell to Ted Williams. The result was a lot different as Williams hit his second home run. You could see all 4 fingers choking the ball. That's a palm ball from Morris.
This one misses, although Harper thought they had a strikeout, and so did Jack Morris. Morris is really howling about that last one.
Here's that second pitch right there. Look how Morris chokes that changeup. And hitters, if they do swing at it, they have a tendency to swing at the arm motion. That's how he got ahead of Justice, but that 0-2 pitch was close.
And he gets him out. And that for Jack Morris, his 3rd strikeout. We'll hear from Jim Cott.
Well, from field level, watching some of those close pitches and the facial reactions from both Jack Morris and John Smoltz, it's pretty evident. Not pleased with Don Dinkinger's strike zone, but that's customary. He's not known in the American League as a pitcher's umpire. Very tight zone.
David Justice wasn't pleased with that fork ball from Morris either.
Here's Bream to the opposite field. Chased by Gladden. He's there. Fair ball, 2 out. That off-speed pitch from Jack Morris, we clocked at 63 miles per hour.
And, of course, the palm ball, big disparity between that pitch and his split-finger fastball. Kitty, is there anybody who throws a forkball any harder than Morris in the American League?
I don't think so, and I think that's one of the big differences. Atlanta is seeing pitchers like Morris and Tapani, who doesn't throw quite as hard with the hard forkball.
Hunter, ball one.
I guess Mike Scott, when he was healthy, was comparable to the way Morris throws his.
Brian Hunter struck out in the second. Jack Morris having no difficulty here in the fourth. Braves have had 2 hits and a walk. Hits by Justice and Belliard, a walk to Lonnie Smith. Well hit into the gap, and Gladden can't catch it. And a 2-out double for Brian Hunter. Hunter gets his 4th hit of the series.
That is the 40th extra base hit of this World Series. The record for extra base hits by 2 teams in a World Series, 42. So both teams just 2 extra base hits away from a World Series record. There have been 16 home runs hit in this series. Series record is 17, so they're 1 home run away. And when you think about it, Jack, you don't think about the last 6 games as that much offense involved.
Well, they've been spread 8 home runs for each team.
2 extra inning games, I guess, added to that too.
Greg Olson could put Atlanta on top here in the 4th. He needs a 2-out hit. Olson has 6 hits, 5 walks. He's driven in 1 run in the series. He only gets so many chances in the game. He's had a leadoff single in the second. Had 2 on with 1 out in the third. And this is a 2-out opportunity. Different signs with that runner at second. Two and one. Mark Lemke will bat next. Either here in the 4th or leading off in the 5th. Three and one. Mr. Morris is not very happy. And I think he believes he should be getting more calls than he's been getting.
Brian Harper trying to calm him down.
Out of play, 3 and 2.
He's got her glove.
Yes, she's ready.
Sir. Right.
Madam Leather, she is ready. Still 3 and 2. There's a lot of hitting room up the middle with Olson batting. Hunter running the bases at second. That ball is caught by Mack. A well-hit ball by Olson. And we're still scoreless, and now Atlanta has left 4.
The traction control system of the Lexus LS400 helps reduce tire spin across rain, sleet, snow, even an occasional patch of ice.
What's up? The talking elephants our sales force left with yesterday?
Yeah, there's been a little problem. Do we have any that speak elephant? Now who's going to get them to all of our salesmen?
One company offers 1030 delivery to more places than anyone and treats them all with mammoth importance.
Presenting Hugo, the talking elephant.
Federal Express, our most important package, is yours.
My company came to me, and they suggested, strongly, not just suggested, that I seek assistance. I thought it was to fire me. And instead, they gave me an opportunity to save my life.
From director Martin Scorsese.
Sam, somebody's out there.
Come out, wherever you are. I want you the hell off my property!
What's your connection with this fella? I was his lawyer.
Dad, you should have just punched him out. Yeah, you know how to fight dirty. You do that for a living.
Evening, ladies.
There is nothing in the dark that isn't there in the light, except fear. Cape Fear. Rated R. Exclusive engagement November 13th. Starts November 15th everywhere.
What would you do in the name of love? In the name of lust. Premiering November 7th on CBS Late Night. Silk Stockings. It's too hot to sleep.
Home half of the 4th. 0-3-0 for each club. Tension fills the park. Herbeck leads it off. Out of play, strike 1 to Kent, who flied to right his first time and is 3 out of 24 and 0 for his last 14. But he's a big threat. 1 ball, 1 strike. And Herbeck says it hit him, and he goes to first base. Here comes Bobby Cox out to argue. I don't think Olson is really arguing. Cox is saying it didn't hit him.
Well, there was a delayed reaction on the part of Ken Herbeck and Don Dinkinger, the home plate umpire. Olson, I think, initiated the request. The slider inside, did it hit him? It looked like it did. Or it looked like it could have. Watch the delayed reaction on the part of Herbeck. Now Dinkinger is looking down. Now Dinkinger ought to call that right away and not be enticed to call it after Herbeck calls his attention to it. Seems to me that if you call the play right away, that would be the appropriate thing to do. You can't let a hitter talk you into thinking that that he was hit by the pitch.
Judging by the way Olson and Smoltz reacted, you would have to say it did hit him, right?
I thought Olson questioned the call. Yeah, that's exactly right. I thought he questioned the call, and then Cox came out. I think that's what brought Cox out of the dugout.
In any event, the leadoff man is on for the first time in the game for the Twins, and Chili Davis has a 1-1 count.
Number one, a pitcher can't tell whether it hits him or not. The catcher can, and the catcher, what he determines is whether the ball changed directions or not. If the ball changed directions, then it hit him. If it didn't change directions, it didn't hit him.
Boone playing behind Herbeck at first. Nobody out. Two balls and a strike. Herbeck is happy to get on base any old way. He's been 0 for his last 14. Twins have left 3. They have their leadoff man here on base in the 4th. Here comes Hunter from deep left. 1 out.
We talked about the 1924 World Series. Well, in 1926, check this out. With 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th inning, Babe Ruth was caught stealing second base, and that not only ended the game, it ended the series. And that gentleman right there, his name is Pat Olson. He's 90 years young. This is his 283rd consecutive World Series game. 283. I don't know how many years that covers.
A little pop fly behind second might drop. Justice with a good play, held onto the ball. That's the second out, and Justice has done that frequently here in postseason. Came up with a little burn, but he got the ball off the bat of Harper.
Yeah, Dave has messed up a couple of balls, but he's also made several fine sliding catches, and this is among them. Nice play, David Justice.
Now there are 2 out with Herbeck still at first. John Smoltz will deal with Shane Mack. Good breaking ball.
The baseball field where Chuck Knobloch, the Twins' second baseman, played down in Texas A&M, by the way, is named after Pat Olson, that 90-year-old gentleman that you just saw.
Didn't they tell us he was a roommate of Lou Gehrig?
Lou Gehrig back in 1924 in the minor leagues. Can you imagine that? 283 straight World Series games. That's a baseball fan right there. What a great face, huh? Look at that. Great.
Get that camera away.
He's got his I think he's got his handkerchief waving the camera away.
Herbeck hit by pitch. Davis flied out. Harper flied out. Shane Mack the batter. And has left 4. The Twins have left 3. 2-1 the count. I think this game is going to be decided. We have played 4 innings. There is no score.
Can I ask you a personal question? Have you ever burnt your rice in vermicelli? Bye, Mom. Maybe you left it for a second? Fortunately, there's a new Lipton Golden Sauté. In one step, your rice and vermicelli come out golden every time because Lipton has already sautéed it for you. No skillet, no risk.
Don't risk your rice. Get new Golden Sauté. It's not Waterford Crystal or a Hasselblad lens. It's a headlamp. And if you think that's impressive, wait till you see what's attached. Introducing the new Lexus ES 300 Sports Sedan.
That's Mommy's little sweetheart.
Now there's a new Stainmaster carpet that handles foot traffic like never before. New Stainmaster Extra Life. It stays beautiful longer. Only from DuPont.
Fans, this is Mel Allen. This year's World Series promises to continue a tradition of great moments and great memories. Get all the excitement of the Fall Classic on the 1991 World Series, the official home video. To order for $19.95 plus $4 shipping, send check or money order to this address, or use your Visa or MasterCard and call 1-800-537-8900. That's 1-800-537-8900.
The preceding message was furnished by Major League Baseball.
It couldn't be any more even. No score after 4. 3 hits each club. No errors in the game. Each team has left 4. Each team has won 3 games of this 91 series. Each team has won 3 games at home in this series. And this is the final baseball game of the year. Jack Morris. Mark Lemke. Ball 1, we're underway. Lemke grounded out his first time. And another hit for the little guy. That is number 10 for Lemke. And it marks the second time in the game the Braves have put their leadoff man on base. And we're to the point where you would expect a bunt, Tim.
Well, with Belliard coming up, it is a guarantee that Belliard will be bunting on the first pitch. I don't know if Bobby Cox will change it. Mark Lemke on with his 10th hit. Not bad for a 27th round draft choice.
That's the 4th hit of the night for Atlanta. But never more than 1 per inning. Belliard singled his first time. He's a good bunter ordinarily. Herbeck holding against the runner. Be to first, and Herbeck takes the throw.
There are a lot of ways to sacrifice successfully on the artificial surface. One of the best ways is just to bunt the ball into the ground. Look at the high hop that Harper has to contend with, and that's enough to get Lemke to second base. That ball looked like it was off home plate. Good bunt by Belliard.
Now the Braves want something from their leadoff hitter with Lemke at second and 1 out. Lonnie Smith is flying to right and he's walked. We're in the top of the 5th. No score. Terry Pendleton on deck. But the man of the moment for the Braves is Lonnie Smith. And he bunts. And the play by Pagliarulo, safe. First and third, 1 out. Rather surprising play by the Atlanta outfielder.
Well, if you do this with a runner at second base who was just bunted over, it's got to work 100 out of 100 times. And had that throw been on the money, Lonnie would have been out. Ken Herbeck tried to make it work. The ball into the home plate side. Pagliarulo, a fine play. Lonnie Smith, a bunt base hit. So it's unusual, but it worked. No pictures, just numbers.
We'll see what comes of it. As Harper talked to his pitcher. Lonnie Smith at first.
This ball bunted awfully hard, but Smith down to first base in a hurry. And the throw just pulling Herbeck off the bag.
So Lonnie Smith says to Terry Pendleton, you do it. Pendleton is 0 for 2.
Of course, it's easier for Pendleton to do it because now there's a runner at third and still only 1 out. But a double play in order.
And strike one, foul ball to Pat Corellis. Lemke started all of this consternation with a base hit. He was bunted down to second, advanced on the bunt single by Lonnie Smith.
So if you're the infielders now, if you're the middle infielders, you say if the ball's hit sharply to me, we try for 2. If you're on the corners, first or third, a ball hits sharply to me, I go for 2. If it's not hit hard, I come home with the ball. Those are the thoughts in the infielders' minds right now.
Everything came to a standstill, and Pendleton asked for time. I mean, everything was at a standstill. Jack Morris pitching to the National League's leading hitter of this year, Terry Pendleton. He wants at least a fly ball. One ball, one strike. This game too important for that family to stay away. Bring the kids.
1 ticket for 2 people.
Popped him up for the second out. Shortstop wants it. And has it 2 out. So Pendleton leaves them.
The split finger popped up. Watch Greg Gagne with that right hand. Once that hand goes up, a lot of times you can't hear the infielder, but you can certainly see him. And Greg Gagne makes the play.
So Gladden stayed away, and there are 2 on, 2 out. And up is Ron Gant, who is 0 for 7 in games 6 and 7. 0 for 2 tonight. I said it the last time he batted. If the Braves are going to win, sooner or later, Ron's going to have to do something. And this crowd hooting and hollering on each pitch. Braves have left 4. Have 2 on, 2 up. No score in the 5th. Lemke and Smith run the bases. 1-1. Lonnie Smith is somewhat of a threat to run in a spot like this.
Well, with Gant the batter, I think they're going to give Gant a chance to drive the run home. I don't think Smith's going to run unless Gant gets 2 strikes on him, 1 and 2.
In the dirt, blocked the runner halfway, and he is safe. He got back.
Pagliarulo tried to block him off the bag. That's a legal play. You're not supposed to do it without the ball, but if the ball's close to you, most umpires will give it to you. You can see Harper, the ball rolling out in front of home plate. Harper stays at home. Morris picks it up, and the throw back to third. Watch Pagliarulo. He tried to block him off. He thought he had him, but Lemke back just in time. Boy, that was close.
It was really close.
Very close. Pagliarulo thought he had him.
is gone to 2 balls and a strike to Ron Gant. First and third, 2 out, no score, 5th inning. That was close.
And just back.
Really close.
Looked like that the tag was high by Herbeck.
The count 3-1.
One more look at Mike Pagliarulo, the third baseman. Lemke halfway, and he tries to get back. Look at the right knee of Pagliarulo. He drops down, but Lemke is clearly back in there. Good call.
Now 3-1, and we'll see if Lonnie Smith leads from first. Not going. And a foul makes it 3-2. This fella hasn't hit a home run since Game 3 of the National League Championship Series. The inside of Ron Gant's cap, it says, I will, I can, I am. That's his philosophy applied to baseball. First and third, 2 out, 3-2. Lonnie Smith will go. Still a hold against him, and they might try a pickoff play. Runner going. Strike. Four strikeouts for Jack Morris, and the Braves have left 6.
Introducing a car so intelligently engineered, it can be measured along these lines or graded on a curve. The 1992 Oldsmobile 88 Royale, engineered to prove that a straight line isn't always the best way to get from point A to point B. Oldsmobile, the power of intelligent engineering.
Now, get 2.9% APR financing for up to 48 months.
Who guarantees overnight air delivery on Saturday to more people coast to coast?
Morning. UPS on Saturday?
Who did you think?
Thank you.
Egg McMuffin and medium coffee, please.
Is that for here to go?
To go. I'm meeting my daughter for breakfast.
Hey, Mr. Dalthorpe, your graphites are here.
Who guarantees overnight air delivery on Saturday to more people coast to coast?
Thank you.
Who did you think?
UPS on Saturday?
It's not on HBO. It's not on the Disney Channel. You won't find it on MTV or on video. It's definitely not on any other network. And it's not on yet. The best television in November is on CBS.
Jack Morris has blanked Atlanta for 5 innings on 5 hits. And John Smoltz goes back to work to pitch to the number 8 and 9 hitters. Now Urillo hitting 8th. He grounded out his first time to Sid Bream. Hits it deep into center. Gant back at the track. He's there, and he made the catch. Well, here's everybody's good friend Ernie Harwell with his World Series fondest memory.
Favorite World Series moment was 1968 in St. Louis, 7th game of the World Series. The Tigers had come from behind, tied the series at 3 games apiece. Lolich and Gibson were tied up in a brilliant pitching duel, 0-0. Got to the 7th inning. The Tigers got 2 men on. Jim Northrup hits a fly ball to center field. Turns out to be a 3-base hit. The Tigers go ahead and win the World's Championship of 1968.
Ball one to Greg Gagne. At the conclusion of this game, folks, Ernie Harwell will deliver our epilogue. And if I may implore you, don't go away when this game is over. We'll have all the post-game activities after a winner has been determined. And the final footage of the night, believe me, is worth your staying around. So please, please don't turn it off. There's a strike to Gagne, 1-1.
Earlier in that 1968 series, Bob Gibson set the record for most strikeouts in a game in a World Series with 17. In that game, Curt Flood was stuck in the mud on that ball hit by Northrup. And that's why he didn't get a good jump. And the Tigers went on to win that game 4-1.
And Tim McCarver was a part of that, as he was in 64 and 67. So he knows the tension riding this one. We're in the bottom of the 5th. The leadoff man has gone down. And Gagne, who grounded to third his first time, is up with 1 out. Two and 1. Now it's 3-1. 3-1. Gagne has a home run in this series. And it's 3-2. Smoltz has hit 1, allowed 3 hits, walked none, struck out 3. And he gets another strikeout. That's his 4th. 2 gone in the inning. This copyrighted telecast presented by authority of Major League Baseball. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form without the express written consent of Major League Baseball. Dan Gladden struck out and hit a 1-out double in the 3rd. Up the middle. Nothing doing. His 2nd hit. And the 4th of the night for the Twins.
Gladden spanks it hard up the middle. Lemke can't come up with it. And one would think with 2 outs now that Gladden is going to be off. You don't know which pitch, but he'll probably wait until Smoltz is behind in the count. And that way, the chance of a pitch out is much less.
It certainly feels like a running situation. Gladden stole 15 bases during the season, was caught 9 times. Folks have run successfully against John Smoltz this year. Now blocked, waits, and another throw goes to first. 2 outs, single. Here in the Minnesota 5th.
Notice how John Smoltz comes set with his arms away from his body. He doesn't bring his hands in. When you do that, you have to do that every time. See the arms away from the body?
Into center field for Gant. Now we have played 5 scoreless innings, and we'll return to the Hubert H. Humphrey Metrodome after this message and a word from your local station.
She was respected by her colleagues,
You're a talented doctor.
loved by her daughter, and in one frightening moment,
You shouldn't be out here alone this time of night.
everything would change.
You do just what I say.
You let a stranger walk with you?
Every night, the fear returns.
I don't want any more pain.
But tonight, it could all end.
They're bringing in a head wound. This is the man who raped me.
Will she raise her knife to save him?
Oh, my God.
Or use it for revenge?
Gotcha.
Jacqueline Smith, The Rape of Dr. Willis, next Sunday.
This is CBS.
Head over to Cherokee Power Equipment for Snapper's Fall Cleanup Sale. For a limited time, buy a Snapper walk mower and receive a free accessory valued up to $79.95. Or buy any Snapper rider or tractor and get a free trimmer, blower, or grass catcher valued up to $179.95. And don't forget Cherokee's preseason specials on all Snapper snow throwers. Cherokee has the complete line of Snapper snow throwers that can handle any amount of snow. Hurry into Snapper's Fall Cleanup Sale at Cherokee Power Equipment. Bargains like these won't last long.
What do we have for sports on CCO? So, grab some couch and load up on the popcorn.
For sports, stick with Channel 4, and you won't miss a thing.
The best pinch hitter the Braves have, Tommy Gregg, has taken his jacket off. He took his soft hat off, and speculating that Brian Hunter, that right thumb, may be too bruised for him to hit. We'll see. He's due up third in this inning.
After Justice and Bream, we're underway in the sixth, strike one. There's Tommy Gregg. He is ready if Bobby Cox wants him.
Yeah, those hard hats are very uncomfortable, and the only time a hitter puts those things on is when he's going to go up to bat.
One ball, one strike. Justice singled, leading off in the second. Then he struck out. He's had 7 hits and 2 home runs in this World Series. Leadoff hitter in the 6th. Justice in the hole. Hits it to Herbeck. To the pitcher.
Ken Herbeck says he plays first base like a hockey goalie. Anything that gets by him, he thinks, is a goal. Well, there hadn't been too many goals in Ken Herbeck's career with him at first base. He's the best there is.
That's what his manager says. He's the best I ever saw, says Tom Kelly. I think, Tim, you and I would throw in for Keith Hernandez in the National League.
He's not active, though.
With one out, Sid Bream takes the strike. Let's hear from Jim Cott at this stage of things.
Yeah, Brian Hunter spent a lot of time on the bench flexing that thumb, checking it out. And Tommy Gregg still has a bat in his hand and is ready to go up in case he can't swing it.
Hunter is on deck. Gregg standing by. Atlanta has left 6. They have 5 hits and a walk. Bream hits it to Herbeck. Bream 0 for 3. And Hunter will take his place at the plate. Bryan struck out in the second. Doubled into left center in the fourth inning.
Some people may not realize how much force a hitter uses when he swings a bat. There are a lot of tendons in the fingers and in the thumb, and you pull one of those tendons and it's very difficult to hit.
So Tommy Gregg relaxes. Two quick outs here in the sixth. Floater dipped low, 1-1. The big guys will come up for Minnesota in the bottom of the sixth inning. They've stranded 5. Hunter, 12 home runs during the season. There's 1 in the World Series. Into center field, Puckett coming. He's there. And the Braves have gone 6 innings without scoring a run. Puckett will lead it off.
When you play the game and you're looking good, there's a Bud Light way and it's understood.
If you're into looking good, get into Bud Light. The clean, fresh taste won't fill you up, never let you down.
You can taste it, feel it, know you got it right. Cause everything else is just a light. Just a light. Bud Light. Everything else is just a light. Just a light. Everything else just a light.
It seems that every time you turn around these days, another pain reliever with ibuprofen in it is comparing itself to Tylenol. But you know what they can't say? They can't say they're gentler than Tylenol, because they're not. Tylenol won't irritate your stomach the way ibuprofen sometimes can. That's a medical fact. And is it any wonder that today hospitals use Tylenol 14 times more than ibuprofen? Tylenol, the pain reliever hospitals use most.
Someone's taken some steps to juice up their batteries. And today's Duracell batteries can even outlast the ones we made just a few years back. You can't top the copper top.
Chunky. The chunkiest. Tonight, the sauces are chunkiest. Ragu Chunky Garden Style.
It's a car born of intelligent engineering. It's responsive, innovative, refined. It's a driver's side airbag and anti-lock brakes. Introducing the all-new 88 Royale LS. Oldsmobile. The power of intelligent engineering.
Now, get 2.9% APR financing for up to 48 months.
Freeze! She was framed and convicted.
I'm innocent.
The true story of a woman behind bars.
I'm watching you.
Fighting for her freedom. Cheryl Ladd, locked up Tuesday.
No score, bottom of the sixth inning, and you can see Bryan Hunter in a great deal of pain. Watch him look at his right thumb. That was after making the last out in the top of the sixth. Hunter's still in the ball game, however. We'll see whether he hits his next time at bat.
Well, it's still up to John Smoltz to hold these Twins. Puckett leading off. Kirby is right back to the mound and struck out. You know what he did last night in the 11th inning. Lights out. 1-1. Smoltz has struck out 4, walked none, hit 1. Here's the final football score. The Redskins over the Giants by 4, 17-13. Redskins, the only undefeated team in the National Football League. New Orleans dropped one today. And at one time, the Giants led 13-0 in that game, but Washington came back and won it. This is Game 7 of the 1991 World Series. Bottom of the 6th. 2-2. Puckett, Herbeck, and Davis. Full count. Only once have the Twins put their leadoff man on base in this inning. There was a power confrontation there.
Looked like the hard slider, and that's true. The slider is a power pitch. It is not an off-speed pitch. Most pitchers throw it almost as hard as the fastball. So when you talk about off-speed pitches, you usually don't include the slider.
He walks Puckett to start the 6th. That's the first walk by the Atlanta Hurler. Herbeck 0 for his last 14. He's a big threat in this friendly park. Did he go around? No.
You know, a quick check of the regular season shows that Ken Herbeck had 3 sacrifice bunts this year, but you'd have to assume they were against left-handed pitchers.
Cox was upset about that half swing. I thought Herbeck had swung also. He went around that time 1-1. Let's go down to Jim Cott.
Tim, you know from being behind the plate when Steve Carlton was pitching, boy, you get a lot of strikes on check swings. And that's what we're seeing here tonight, the last one to Herbeck. Tough to lay off that hard slider and curve.
Serves as the illusion of a strike. A hitter goes after it when it's in the strike zone, and it breaks late. The later the break, the more effective the pitch.
Two balls and a strike.
Good play by Greg Olson. He goes at it the wrong way, but he comes up the right way.
Puckett at first, nobody out. 2-2 to Herbeck. The Atlanta fans had a lot of good-natured fun with Ken Herbeck. Leadoff walk in this inning. Into center field, Gant. Runner tagging at first. Gant holds him there. So Herbeck couldn't move him along. Herbeck has picked the wrong time of year to go south.
Very poor in postseason play against Toronto and the Atlanta Braves.
Up now is Chili Davis. He has struck out, flied out, 1 on, 1 out. No score in the 6th. To Bream, throws to second, gets one, and gets the return. Folks, This game is going to be decided late, isn't it?
The new supercharged Pontiac SSEI. Comfort without compromise. Performance without penalty. Excitement without apology. Pontiac SSEI.
Imagine a rent-a-car company that offers special delivery right to your door. That's Enterprise.
Here, let me help you.
Enterprise, a special rent-a-car company that gives you special delivery.
Its conquests are legend. Germ killer, plaque slayer. Now Listerine faces its greatest challenge. The ever-present threat of the gum disease, gingivitis. Gingivitis, you have met your match. Listerine antiseptic. It says what it does what it says.
After all these years, Watson, the trail is decidedly cold.
But Holmes, it's quite warm in here.
All these years.
Curiously cozy.
No, fiendishly clever. Observe, Watson. Warm house, many years. It must be...
A Lennox.
Elementary, my dear Watson.
For home heating, for cooking, for hot water, use clean, natural gas. America's best energy value.
CBS Sports coverage of Game 7 of the 1991 World Series is brought to you by General Motors. GM is putting quality on the road. Lennox for quality heating and cooling must be a Lennox. And by Pontiac and your local Pontiac dealer. We build excitement.
No score through 6 innings, and you will never see a double play turned any faster than the double play turned by Sid Bream and Rafael Belliard. Watch the quick hands. Inside of the bag. Oh, that's nice. 3-6-3, easy. Chili Davis out by 3 strides at first.
That was pretty with Belliard in the middle of it. Now we go into the 7th inning of the 7th game. Scoreless. First up, Greg Olson. He lined out with a runner at second and 2 out in the 4th. Hit the ball very well against Jack Morris. What a job these 2 pitchers have done tonight. Jack Morris and John Smoltz.
Brian Hunter, the left fielder of the Braves, icing that right thumb down.
1-1 to Olson.
By the way, this is the 32nd 7th game in World Series history. Only one other decisive game has been scoreless through 6 innings, and that was the game that Ernie Harwell talked about earlier. The 7th game of the 1968 World Series, Detroit and St. Louis. In that game, Detroit scored 3 in the top of the 7th inning.
Olson's in the hole, and this one is tight, tight, tight. Atlanta's left 6 at this point. Jack Morris has retired 5 in a row. Got Olson, changed speeds and got him. 5th strikeout for Morris. It's hard to be a hero.
If you're a hitter tonight. These guys are throwing some buzz balls up there. Morris with the fastball, the high fastball, the splitter, an occasional slider.
Lemke into center field, and Puckett waits. 2 out. 7 in a row by Morris. Let's hear from Jim Cott.
Yeah, Jack and Tim, I find this fascinating just watching Smoltz and Morris duel. Can you imagine what it was like for John Smoltz as a kid? He's 12 years younger than Jack Morris, playing in the backyard, being a Tiger fan, and Morris was his hero. You always dream about what it's like, you know, to play in a situation like this, and now you're watching a guy do it in real life. It's unbelievable.
There's John Smoltz. And unless Belliard does something, Smoltz will go back to the mound in the bottom of the 7th, scoreless. Ball 1. Belliard, a hit and a sacrifice. No home runs on the year, in case you folks are wondering.
He only has 1 for his career. Over 1,400 at-bats in the big leagues. His only home run coming off Eric Schau, who was then with the San Diego Padres.
Going down, Banner.
2-1. You look at Belliard and you think you're at Williamsport. He's a tiny guy, 5'6". Look at his strike zone when he crouches. Tough to pitch to. He thought he had walked. 3-2.
This is a high strike thrown by Morris, and a lot of pitchers don't get that pitch anymore. Those pitches above the waist.
And then he got it. 6 strikeouts for Morris. He's retired 8 in a row. Middle of the 7th inning, 7th game. No score.
Head and Shoulders presents 7th inning stretch brought to you by new Head & Shoulders 2-in-1, making all your first impressions all the more impressive. This player signed with the Dodgers as a catcher, but made it to the majors as a pitcher, winning 20 games 4 consecutive seasons. Can you name him?
You know, if you pay as much attention to your jump shot as you do trying to impress women, well, it's just this new shampoo. My hair comes out looking really good. Shampoo. Yeah, it's got a conditioner in it, right in the bottle. Talked about this before. What? Look, all the conditioner in the world doesn't mean a thing. The minute your dandruff shows up. Ah, fear not, paranoid one.
For the first time ever, the world's leading dandruff shampoo comes complete with full-body conditioners. Introducing Head & Shoulders 2-in-1, making all your first impressions all the more impressive.
Dave Stewart of the Oakland A's was at one time a catching prospect. Over the last 5 seasons, Stewart has won more games than any other pitcher.
Pontiac's journey down Pikes Peak is legendary.
He'd be heading down about now.
I checked the brakes. 24 steep miles. Punishing these brakes hundreds of times, Pontiac superheats them to the very edge of endurance.
He's tough on those brakes. Heats them up.
Dedication like this is why the brakes in 1991 GM cars are rated the highest in satisfaction of all domestics.
Morning, guys. Davey.
99 models redesigned and engineered, GM is putting quality on the road.
She doesn't want to go back to work for a while. She likes staying home with the baby.
How old's the baby now?
She's 2 months old tomorrow. I swear she's a genius. Yeah.
No catchy jingles.
Look.
No images of snow-capped mountains.
She got lucky, I guess.
No rock stars.
Another Heineken?
Yeah.
No sports stars.
You know, I've been getting
None of that is what made Heineken the #1 imported beer in America.
So you like being a daddy?
I wouldn't trade it for anything. You gotta try it.
You sound just like my in-laws.
Is Casey a major genius?
On your tiny shoulders rest the hopes, dreams, and passions of everyone who loves this base we call Hollister.
Major Dad at a special time.
No pressure here.
Isn't this something? This 7th game going down to the bottom of the 7th without any score, and John Smoltz, young as he is, matching Jack Morris. Harper leads off, ball 1. Brian Harper is singled and flied out. Smoltz has fanned 4, walked 1. There's Jack Morris. He's gone through 7 innings. Ball 2 to Brian Harper, who commands that strike zone. John Smoltz threw a 9-inning, victory over the Pirates in Game 7 of the National League Championship Series. Shut them out. 2-1. These hitters are being aggressive, Tim. They just can't catch up with these guys.
Yep. Everybody seems to be behind the fastballs. Both pitchers maintaining their strength throughout this game.
Two and two to Brian Harper.
I think because they're throwing so hard, you find the infielders off the lines. There you see Terry Pendleton. It's an indication of how hard he's throwing.
He was in the right spot. Nice going, Tim. There's one out. He was in the right spot.
When you're throwing that hard, then your infielders have a tendency to play toward the middle of the field. That's why Pendleton was off the line at third base. Smoltz and Morris maintaining that power throughout.
Shane Mack is up. He's had a hit. One of the 4 gathered by the Twins tonight. 1 for 2. He's a threat. He bunts. Pendleton with a tough chance. Excellent 2 out. What a play by Terry Pendleton. He was playing as deep as we had just shown you, yet made the play on Shane Mack.
Anticipation on the part of Pendleton. The minute Mack gets into that bunting situation, Pendleton charges, and watch him barehanded. Terrific play by Pendleton.
And 2 outs in the home 7th. Well, here is a very dangerous number 8 hitter at the plate. Mike Pagliarulo 0 for 2. Smoltz gets ahead. Boy, this is something with these 2 pitchers. Man, so enjoyable. And folks, this is the longest that any 7th game has ever progressed without either team scoring. Longest ever. No score in the bottom of the 7th. There's the line score. All pitching. That missed for ball 2. Top of the order will come up for Atlanta in the 8th. Smoltz still has to get Pagliarulo. Bobby Cox unhappy with the umpire. Doing a lot of head shaking this evening. 3-1 the count. To Pendleton again. He threw out the side. We're going into the 8th inning. Isn't this something? 7th inning. 7th game. No score.
How can we make this more severe?
Buick's pursuit of quality never ends.
I agree with that. We're going to make it even tougher. We need to go in with higher speeds, higher coring loads.
Because it's not perfect till it's Buick perfect.
But it's not good enough for what we want to do. So let's go with 23% hill, maximum
quality that lasts.
The anti-lock brakes allow
even after a year of use, no domestic car maker is more trouble-free than Buick.
Great work. You sure you don't want us to run some more tests?
99 models, redesigned and engineered. GM is putting quality on the road.
It's Strictly Business. Tommy Davidson, Joseph C. Phillips, and Halle Berry.
It's a hip-hype type comedy. It's about straight-up homies. You are straight up whiter than the whitest white man. Suits. You never been to Harlem before.
Hey, home dudes, what is going on?
And fly girls. Let me tell you something. That ham is cooked, glazed, and ready to be sliced.
Strictly Business, rated PG-13. Special sneak preview this Saturday, November 2nd.
If you don't have AT&T 800 service and trouble hits, who knows how long you could be out? Only AT&T automatically protects you through the 800 assurance policy. With AT&T, you would be guaranteed back in touch in 30 minutes or less. With anyone else? Who knows? But if you do have AT&T, your 800 service is guaranteed. That's not all. Since AT&T connects calls faster and has the fewest blocked calls, more 800 calls get through, so you can make more sales. With all that, why choose any other 800 service? Better service, better results. Another AT&T advantage. Call about our 800 offer.
This game summary is sponsored by AT&T.
It's all pitching here tonight. Jack Morris, John Smoltz, 9 hits total. The longest scoreless start of a 7th game in a World Series. Jack Morris takes it into the 8th. Faces the top of the order. Ronnie Smith, Gary Pendleton, and Ron Gant. Ball 1. Smith is flied out, walked and singled. That was a bunt single in the 5th with a runner at second, 1 out. It did not pay off. That's going to drop, I think it does. And that's the second hit of the night for Lonnie. On base for the 3rd time. Half swing got him a base hit.
The third baseman, Terry Pendleton.
Now what do you do with Pendleton, Tim?
Well, there are a lot of ways you can go. You can bunt, you can hit and run, or you can play it straight up. If Pendleton doesn't move the runner along, you can steal with Lonnie Smith.
Pendleton is 0 for 3 tonight. Had been hot coming into the game. Shut down by Jack Morris. Ball 1. Pendleton sacrificed 7 times this year.
See, the reason that Bobby Cox isn't bunting here, I think, is that the matchup Morris against Pendleton is better for the Braves and Bobby Cox than the matchup of Gant and Morris. So why would you bunt your better matchup player to get to a guy who is not as good as Pendleton as far as average is concerned? Power, yes, but not average.
This is the 3rd time in the game Atlanta's put their leadoff man on base.
You've got the hole open on the right side with Herbeck holding the runner on at first base. Tom Kelly pointing to his head. We'll see if Harper does the same thing. I think that's the sign to throw over to first base.
Pendleton took a strike. That's 1-1. We never like the call.
Well, whenever Kelly goes to his head, then Brian Harper, you saw him go to his head. And that's the sign for the pitcher to either throw to first base or to use the slide step. We've been seeing that too often during this series to try to figure it out. So Jack Morris using the slide step there.
Lead off single by Lonnie Smith. Kelly keeping a close eye on his pitcher here in the 8th inning.
He went to his head again, so this is either a slide step or a throw to first base.
They pay a lot of attention to Smith, who stole 9 bases during the season. In the bullpen, Steve Bedrosian and Mark Guthrie, the right-hander and left-hander. Scoreless 8th inning, 7th game, leadoff hit by Smith. hits it out of play, and he's in the hole 1-2. Atlanta has the National League's leading hitter at the plate. Pendleton hit 22 home runs this season, plus 2 in the World Series. The Minnesota crowd wants his strikeout. The Atlanta Rooters want a hit. The ball is in the dirt, says the third base umpire, Terry Tatum. And Pendleton's still alive on the foul tip.
So he foul tipped it, then the ball went in the dirt, and then it skipped into Harper's mitt. That was the call. Let's see if it happened. Yes, good call by third base umpire Terry Tatum. Clearly into the dirt.
Don Denkinger, the plate umpire, asked for help and got it. Runner at first, nobody out in the Atlanta 8th. This will be the 100th pitch of the evening from Jack Morris. Pendleton into left center field. That ball is down, and a bad. Well, it's off the wall. Lonnie Smith is held up at third, and he didn't do very good base running. That was terrible by Lonnie.
He didn't pick the ball up. He stopped when he rounded second base. He may have gone for the decoy around second. Lonnie Smith sees the ball in the gap, and look, he looked at Knobloch. You see Gagne and Knobloch combining for the decoy. Smith clearly could have scored on the ball had he been running all the way. As it was, the decoy of Knobloch and Gagne held Smith at third base. Knobloch, the one thing you don't do if you're the runner from first base, you don't look at the infielders. Never trust the infielders. Only trust where the ball was hit. Smith with a clear view of where that ball was hit, and he went for the decoy at second base. And that's why he didn't score.
The infield comes in now as Ron Gant comes up. I thought Atlanta got a bad break because the ball was going to jump over the fence. They got a bad break when Lonnie did that poor base running. And we still have no score, but it's second and third and nobody out. Another chance for Gant. And he pops it out of play. Gant is 0 for 3. He left 2 on in the third, and he left 2 on in the 5th inning. He wants at least a fly ball to put Atlanta on top here in the 8th inning. And Tom Kelly goes down the line with Jack Morris. Little roller, and they'll get an out without a run scored. They got Gant again. He's 0 for 4.
So Gant can again, but let's go back to the decoy play of Lonnie Smith running. Look at Chuck Knobloch, the second baseman, and watch him go through the routine of throwing a ball that is not there. Now watch Gagne. There's Gagne right there. He acts like it's a play too. That stops Lonnie Smith. It confuses him. He stops at second base. He continues to third, but it's too late. So Lonnie could have scored. He didn't, and now it's 1 out with runners at second and third.
And Tom Kelly goes to the mound. He has Bedrosian and Guthrie in the bullpen, and he has Justice and Bream coming up. What a big out that was when they got Ronnie Gant, who is 0 for 4. Let's take a trip downstairs to Jim Cotton.
Well, it appeared, as you'd imagine, this conversation was Jack Morris. Who would you rather face? David Justice, Sid Bream, You want to walk him intentionally? I mean, they have made Justice look bad on some fork balls in the dirt, but that's pretty dangerous with a guy on third base. And I think that's what the discussion was about with Kelly and Morris. Who would you rather pitch to?
Well, Atlanta coming into this inning had left 6. Now they've already missed a scoring opportunity. Justice is going to be walked. It will be the second pass by Jack Morris. And it's going to load the bases with 1 out. Here in the 8th inning of a scoreless game. And there's Sid Bream in the on-deck circle. He'll be up with the bases loaded and 1 out. Great opportunity for Atlanta. Nasty spot for the Twins. 7th game, folks. Sid Bream is 0 for 3. Grounded to second, flying to left, grounded to first. And there is a Braves fan. Infielders are back now at second and short. Ball 1. Of course, there's always that problem, too, when you give the intentional walk to load the bases. The runners on base tonight, Atlanta 2 for 11, Twins 1 for 10. Bream wants at least the fly ball. Twins desperately want the double play. Good swing by Sid, and it's 1-1. Bobby Cox knows that he should have had a run already here in the 8th. One thing Sid Bream doesn't want to do is get that 2-strike count on him with Morris in possession of that split finger delivery.
A lot of pressure on Harper also if the splitter's in the dirt.
Bream is in the hole, 1 and 2. Ronnie Smith at third instead of on the bench. Pendleton had doubled as at second. They walk Justice. And it's 1 ball, 2 strikes to Sid Bream. 1 out. And the play is to home. Out there. Out there.
Getting to know you.
Everybody's different. Different looks, different tastes, different lifestyles. That's why Geo offers you a choice. Geo Metro, Geo Storm, Geo Prism, and Geo Tracker. So pick your favorite and get to know Geo. Right around the corner at your Chevrolet Geo dealers.
Getting to know you.
Some people perspire.
We sweat.
The only protection for us?
New Ara XX Sports Scent.
It's the only leading sports solid that doesn't leave a white flaky mess.
New Ara XX Sports Scent helps keep us extra
dry.
I love chasing quarterbacks. But when you've got the style of Hanes socks, who wants to run around in cleats?
Hanes, nothing else feels so right.
I don't know how you expect to sell this stuff. It's too plain. There's no excitement. You're gonna need some flash here. You know, fancy commercials with big rock stars, catchy jingles, stuff like that. Now hang on, I like this. It's not plain, it's simple. Honest. Hey, an honest cereal called?
Kellogg's Corn Flakes.
Kellogg's Corn Flakes?
Taste them again for the first time.
Pardon me. I'm sorry. Excuse me.
You are watching the World Series on CBS.
I saw it as you did. But I still can't digest that Atlanta 8th inning. We're still scoreless in the bottom of the inning. 7th game of the series. Pinch hitter is up. Randy Bush. Up the middle, base hit.
Sometimes by playing good defense, you ignite the offense. Bases loaded and 1 out. And what a huge double play this was for Hrbek. Harper back to Hrbek.
That was really something, and now the Braves, by not scoring, by messing up on the base paths, have left Smoltz in a bad spot. Leo Mazzoni, the pitching coach, is out talking to John. They're going to leave him in there. We have a pinch runner for Randy Bush. That's Al Newman. Smoltz had retired 5 in a row, and Bush gets that base hit. Newman, the runner. And the top of the order is up, represented by Gladden. Gladden had 5 sacrifice bunts during the year.
And I think you'll see another one here.
He's 2 for 3 on the night. Wow, wow, wow. At top of the inning. Single by Lonnie Smith, a double by Pendleton. Smith would have scored standing up if he had continued to run. Out of play, strike 1. And the Braves get Pena, the right-hander, and Mike Stanton, the left-hander, on their feet. The go-ahead run on at first, nobody out for the Twins. Only the second time they've had their leadoff man on base this evening. Sid Green desperately wanted to pull the ball to avoid the double play. He pulled it and hit into the double play. After Gant had rolled out in the top of the inning. And bunts it foul again, strike 2.
So now what Dan Gladden wants to do is change the bunting situation into a base hit. If you're John Smoltz, on the other hand, you want to change the failure to get the runner over into an out without moving the runner.
Smoltz has been a wonderful hurler for the Braves tonight, as has Jack Morris for the Twins. One ball, 2 strikes. No score, home half of the 8th inning. Is this Atlanta pitcher equal to the task? And it's a tough situation. Out of play, and it stays 1-2. Twins at left 5 hit into a double play. And Gladden stays up there. 1-2 it remains. The designated hitter is Lonnie Smith, so he's on the bench as the Twins bat in the bottom of the inning. Base running gap cost Atlanta a run. Now John Smoltz is up to 100 pitches in the contest. Ron Gant comes to it. 1 out, the runner back. So Gladden fails to move the runner over. And give the pitcher credit for that. Game 7 of the 91 series in the Metrodome in Minneapolis. Bottom of the 8th. 1 on, 1 out, and no score. 7 hits for Atlanta. 5 for Minnesota. And a good hit and run man is up there now in Chuck Knobloch. He has flied out 3 times this inning. Newman the runner. Took a strike.
You have a good hit and run man, but not a good hit and run pitcher. John Smoltz is best and most effective when he throws high fastballs. A pitcher who throws high fastballs you don't want to hit and run against, because the chances of you putting the ball in play in the air are too great.
We'll see what the Twins do as they try to come up with a run. Pitch out by Atlanta. Nothing shaking. 1 ball, 1 strike. Newman pinch running for Bush. He batted for Gagne. Bush did and got the hit. Now there's 1 out. Can't say enough about this young Atlanta hurler. John Smoltz. Runner going. Base hit. First and third, 1 out. And who's up? Puckett.
They did indeed hit and run. Newman running on the play. The line drive just over the glove of Sid Green. Newman into third easily. Chuck Knobloch had flied out 3 times, and when he needed a line drive, he got one. Interesting situation right here. You know what would be unusual strategy? Walk Puckett and get to Hrbek. Hrbek has not been a good hitter the whole season, and if Cox goes to a left-hander, I think that's exactly what he's going to do.
John Smoltz was terrific tonight, but is knocked out here in the 8th inning in favor of Mike Stanton. First and third, 1 out, no score.
Dean Witter believed in priorities.
Know why your clients are saving. Know why they're investing.
Okay, come on, folks.
At some point, it's college. Later on, retirement. But Dean Witter knows that often the highest priorities are all the things that happen in between.
Is there anything else you want?
Just the first dance.
There are many ways to measure success.
We measure success one investor at a time.
A continuing subversion of nature's design.
America responds to Tropicana Twister's designer flavors.
How absolutely uncalled for.
Tropicana Twister, deliciously exotic flavors Mother Nature never planned on.
One sip is a world of trouble.
Orange strawberry guava, orange mango, mandarin orange papaya.
Could lead to dancing.
Tropicana Twister, flavors Mother Nature never intended, but should have.
We may have to nip this thing in the bud.
He's back. This time we get him.
STP gas treatment. Cleans intake valves and fuel injectors to help engines run better. STP, the edge.
Aspen Cologne for men. Aspen, now.
I'm Paula Zahn.
And I'm Harry Smith, tired of being a couch potato?
You may also be a slouch on nutrition. Find out tomorrow on CBS This Morning.
It's breakfast for your head.
Freeze! She was framed and convicted.
I'm innocent.
But she's not the only one doing time.
I want my mommy!
The true story of one woman's conflict.
I'm watching you.
Fighting for her life. Fighting for her children. Fighting for her freedom.
I'm gonna handle my own case.
Cheryl Ladd, Locked Up, a world premiere Tuesday.
Well, wasn't this young man terrific? Took the game scoreless into the 8th inning, pitched 7 1/3, no runs, 6 hits, struck out 4, hit 1, walked 1, and gives way to Mike Stanton. Let's go down to Jim Cott.
Well, Jack, Mike Stanton, according to Ken Herbeck, was as tough a left-hander as he has seen all year. Probably the most comparable Scott Radinsky of the Chicago White Sox.
Well, Tim McCarver called a turn. It's going to be Herbeck up there with the bases loaded because they are indeed walking Kirby Puckett.
You talk about brassy for Bobby Cox. I'm telling you, this takes a lot of guts right here. But consider the reasoning. The way the Braves have been swinging the bats, Bobby probably considers one run, you know, that's going to open the floodgate. What one run's going to win it. So he's playing it like the bottom of the 9th instead of the bottom of the 8th. Ken Herbeck has struck out 3 times against Mike Stanton. And that gives you an idea of what Jim Cott was talking about, and that's why Herbeck doesn't like to face Stanton, but here he is facing him in the most important situation of the series.
Interesting battle right here is that Stanton has been running that fastball in on Herbeck, and the way he handled Radinsky was he was patient and got a pitch away from him. He'll be trying to hit the ball to left field there.
Fastballs inside and sliders away. Stanton to Herbeck.
Well, it doesn't matter who you're rooting for. Isn't this wonderful? No score on the bottom of the 8th. Bases loaded, 1 out. Here in Game 7. Infielders back at second and short. Stanton misses. As we mentioned earlier, when you walk the bases loaded, you really put that pitcher on a hot spot. Herbeck hit by a pitch, 0 for 2. Wants at least a fly ball. And he hits it foul, 1-1. Stanton wants the strikeout, pop-up, or double play. Al Newman, the runner at third. And Chuck Knobloch down at second, and they walked Kirby Puckett. Herbeck is 0 for his last 15. 0 for 8 with runners in scoring position in the World Series. Ball 2. John Schuerholz, the general manager of the Braves. Sweating out his pitcher Stanton, and Herbeck can look for something to swing at here. sends us into the 9th inning scoreless. So the Braves catch a break. Stanton catches a break. And Herbeck failed to bring him home.
Jammed on the pitch, and Lemke is there, and he steps on second, an unassisted double play. Unbelievable.
You could call one company to take your package to an address across town. And you could find somebody to take your package to any address cross-country. Then you could call a third outfit that could take your package overseas. And yet another that could take your package overnight. But there's only one company you could call if you only wanted to make one call.
Elvira here, back with a helping hand for Halloween. Coors Light, it's the official beer of Halloween. And just what an adult party needs to be a howling success. Oh. What? You don't believe me? What do you need, like a sign from above?
Be sure to visit this display wherever you buy Coors Light.
And it's just perfect for when friends drop in. See what I mean?
Radio Shack, America's technology store.
Now get 0% interest on all Tandy computer products until November 1st. No down payment and no payments until February 1992. 0 interest on this easy-to-use home organizer computer system with hard drive and color monitor, only $899.95. 0 interest on our special edition 20 megahertz 386SX system with 85 megabyte hard drive, mouse, modem, and software, just $12.99. Now save better at Radio Shack, America's technology store.
Kinder? Gentler? No way.
Like a rock, I was strong as I could be. Like a rock, nothing ever got to me.
Chevy S10 pickup, powered by the biggest V6 available. Chevy trucks.
Like a rock,
The trucks you can depend on. The trucks that last.
Hasn't this been, and isn't it, magnificent? 7th game, 9th inning, no score. And through it all, as you try to find a smile and you can't, you find no happy faces here among the players. Through it all, Jack Morris still on the hill for the Twins. And ball 1, Hunter. We have the new shortstop, Al Newman. After they lifted Gagne for the successful pinch hitter, Randy Bush. Hunter has a double in 3 trips. To the third baseman, Pagliarulo. 1 out.
Once again, Morris maintaining his velocities, so Pagliarulo stays off the line and makes the play. Hey, in that double play, Chuck Knobloch breaking at second base. A third base coach reminds the guy at second to watch the line drive, but you really can't fault Knobloch on that play.
Now it's Olsen. He's 0 for 3. Newman gets it. Wow. You're aware, aren't you, folks, that Atlanta missed a chance in the 8th. Single by Smith, double by Pendleton. Smith held up at third base as he lost sight of the ball. And Atlanta missed a golden opportunity. Now Lemke with 2 out. He's had a hit. He's 1 for 3. Jack Morris trying to complete the 9-inning shutout. If Lemke fails, the Braves can only win in extra innings. Two out, nobody on, and these folks want the inning to come to a close. Morris has walked 2, 1 intentionally, struck out 6. And scattered 7 Atlanta hits. The Braves have left 8 and hit into a double play. This is a fantastic game. Jeff Blauser moves on deck. He'll bat for Belliard if Lemke is able to get on. Too tough to take for this lady.
Lemke trying to nail one.
Minnesota could win the World Series with a run in the ninth.
It's not my birthday. It's not Mother's Day. Why do I deserve this?
It was free, Mom.
Now come to Burger King and get a frosted Coca-Cola glass free. All you have to do is buy a great-tasting BK broiler combo or any large sandwich combo.
If we come back for dinner, I'll have a set of 12.
Those are from my Aunt Rose.
I know.
So hurry to Burger King and get a collectible Coca-Cola glass free before we run out.
Is that it?
1 second, son.
To achieve superior results,
Now?
Don't be so impatient.
you need superior tools. Since 1843, a company from New Britain, Connecticut, has been helping people do things right.
Okay. Try it now. Finally.
Stanley.
All right. You know, someday these tools could be yours. How about the car, Dad?
Stanley Mechanics tools at leading retailers.
It's football time. Your ball, Joe. I'm hurting, Jimmy. I did it. You can do it. This isn't tennis. This is football pain. My doc says ibuprofen for body pain. The medicine in Nuprin. My trainer, same thing. So Nupit.
Nupit.
Nupit with Nuprin. Strong stuff. Just takes one. Cheer up, Joe. There's always tennis. Yeah, Jimmy? You think I'm old enough?
For back, joint, or muscle pain.
Nupit.
Nupit.
With Nuprin.
The body pain medicine.
They will get one chance to conquer this mountain, to determine the fastest in the world. It will happen here at Val d'Isère, on a mountain whose slope is so demanding, it may produce the most spectacular Olympic downhill ever. The Olympic Winter Games are coming to CBS. Share a moment with the world.
Chili Davis, Brian Harper, Shane Mack will try to win it for the Twins in the ninth as they bat against Mike Stanton. Stanton came on in the eighth and got a line drive double play. Davis is 0 for 3. He was whacking away trying to turn out the lights. He is struck out, flied out. Grounded into a double play. That was while the remarkable John Smoltz was on the hill. One ball, one strike. Bobby Cox, the manager of Atlanta, when talking about this particular pitcher, said, it doesn't matter whether they're left-handed or right-handed. Stanton can get them out. The only way the Braves can win is an extra inning. Then we're in the 7th game. And they still have to get there. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The Twins have left 7, hit into 2 double plays.
The only 7th game of a World Series that has been won in the bottom of the 9th inning. Bill Mazeroski's home run back in 1960. And that was also the only World Series game, or the only World Series to end with a home run.
Chili Davis pops it foul. 1 ball, 2 strikes. We've had a 12-inning game. We've had an 11-inning game. How about Jack Morris? 9 shutout innings against this tough Atlanta club. And he looks like he's ready for more.
Nobody's warming up for the Twins.
Empty Minnesota bullpen. But the batter's box is occupied by Chili Davis. Charlie Leibrandt wants to win this game in the worst way. 2-2 to Davis. The Twins have 6 hits. They've been given 2 walks, and they've had a hit batsman. Two and two. Out of play off the bat of Davis. To be followed by Harper and Mack. These Braves just hoping to get back to the plate. Out of play again by Chili. 2-2 to the leadoff hitter. Nobody on, nobody out. Bottom of the 9th. Out of play again. Tim, how about that walk again by Bobby Cox?
A lot of guts, didn't it? First and third, 1 out. Kirby Puckett, the batter. Mike Stanton into the game, walking Kirby Puckett intentionally. And Ken Herbeck lining into a double play unassisted to Mark Lemke. He didn't hit it well. Hit it off the fist. And speaking of off the fist, that is what Chili Davis has done. Mike Stanton has thrown some nasty fastballs in on the hands.
Into right center. That ball gets down. Davis stops at first.
Chili almost missed first base, rounding the bag. But he's going to play it cautious anyway. The outfield was deep to prevent the extra base hit. But watch how close he comes to missing first base. Matter of fact, I think he did miss it. And that, you know, it was very close. He may have touched it with the side of his foot. But I think that's why he went back. Watch.
Enough to make him feel uncomfortable, I'm sure. And so he retraced his steps. Now we have a pinch runner. We have a pinch runner, Jarvis Brown.
Here it is right here. Watch Chili Davis right there. Did he touch first base? I'll tell you, it was too close for him to try it and go to second base, and I think that's why he came back.
And the batter is Brian Harper. And Jarvis Brown gets back. Jarvis Brown, #1, is carrying the winning 1991 World Series run if he can circle the bases. Harper is 1 for 3. And
Harper Harper bunting. He showed bunt. A lot of times, that's why pitchers throw to first base, to get a batter to commit. And Harper committed that he is bunting.
Billy Davis with a leadoff single in the ninth. Ground runs for him. Woo, that ball handcuffed Greg Olson.
This ball almost got away from Olson. A high fastball almost took his glove off. Stanton throwing awfully hard.
Ball won the count to Harper. So they switched off and gave him a swing at that fastball, 1-1. Gardner gets the signs from the bench from Tom Kelly, flies him to the hitter and runner. Nobody out. Bottom of the ninth. No score. 7th game. And bunted well. It's a base hit.
Like Mike Stanton is hurt. Stanton falling toward the third base side. Looks like a cramp. But what Brian Harper did, he found the seam. He found the seam between Stanton and Breen. It looks like a cramp that Stanton has. But watch Brian Harper intentionally push the ball to the right side, and he finds the gap between Stanton and Breen. And Stanton, trying to track the ball down, appears to have hurt himself. Looked like when he was trying to turn around after he picks the ball up. And there it is. He bunts it hard between the charging Breen and Stanton. And it looked like when Stanton retrieved the ball, he may have sprained the knee.
New pitcher coming in is Pena.
Pain from just one sensitive tooth can start the domino effect. Pain can make you stop brushing, lead to plaque buildup, gingivitis, periodontal disease, even tooth loss. Sensodyne toothpaste helps stop the pain and the domino effect.
Introducing the most advanced Tegrin ever. Advanced formula Tegrin Dandruff Shampoo. Now with 40% more itch-fighting, flake-fighting medication than ever before. Try the most advanced Tegrin ever.
Aren't you just itching to try it?
For some people, the best thing about the morning is that it's over by the afternoon. So the Braun shaver is quiet to soothe the soul. It's curved to comfortably fit the face, with 3 shaving positions to cut, groom, and trim with superb results. Braun, a state-of-the-art shaver that could improve your state of mind. The world's #1 selling foil shaver.
Dentists tell you to change your toothbrush every 3 months. So does the new Oral-B indicator. When the blue band fades halfway, it's time for a new brush. The new indicator from Oral-B, the brand more dentists use.
Put the power of an upright in the palm of your hand with the Royal Dirt Devil. It has a revolving brush, and it can handle all kinds of dirt. Pick up the handheld vac that really picks up. Dirt Devil by Royal.
Everest, where the toughest colds live.
I took Alka-Seltzer Plus at 26,000 feet. It worked for me the whole time, from base camp up. If something works, you use it, and it worked.
Alka-Seltzer Plus fights tough winter colds with a combination of ingredients you can't get anywhere else.
If you've ever had a cold, a stuffy nose, and had to keep blowing your nose to breathe, it relieves all those symptoms. Alka-Seltzer Plus made it to 27,000 feet.
Alka-Seltzer Plus, tough medicine for tough winter colds. For nighttime relief without alcohol, try Alka-Seltzer Plus nighttime.
What a game, what a series. Tied 3 games apiece. Game 7. Runners at first and second, nobody out, and Alejandro Pena into the game in relief of Mike Stanton. And how are the Twins going to play it? Pena worked 2 innings last night with 2 strikeouts.
Now, one would think you're in a must-sacrifice situation, but are you? Mike Pagliarulo, the next batter. If Mac bunts successfully, then Pagliarulo is walked, and then you have Al Newman, who is in there as the shortstop. You have 2 left-handed pinch hitters left, Paul Sorrento and Gene Larkin.
Let's see how Shane Mack plays it with 2 on. And a foul bunt, strike 1. Mack is 1 for 3. Is Anthony. Leadoff single by Chili Davis. A bunt single by Brian Harper. Nobody out in the Twins' 9th, and there's the winner at second. Jarvis Brown. Alejandro Pena has some work to do. They switch off, and a ground ball to Lemke. They get 1 and a double play. The runner ends up at third with 2 out. Lemke and Belliard pulled it off.
How, you might ask? How? Tom Kelly going away from the squeeze or the bunt, and look at Lemke back to Belliard to Breen. The takeout slide by Brian Harper unsuccessful, and a remarkable double play turned by the Braves.
What a pivot by Belliard.
Unbelievable.
So Tom Kelly had his strategy backfire, and now they're going to walk Pagliarulo.
I think Tom Kelly putting the hit instead of the bunt on, thinking that with Breen charging, that's going to leave the right side of the infield vulnerable. It did at first base, but not at second. Lemke read it all the way.
They are going to walk Pagliarulo. Al Newman will be due up. He is being called back. It'll be first and third, 2 out, bottom of the 9th. No score, 7th game. Tom Kelly's scorecard. He soon will write in the name of Paul Sorrento, who will be batting for Newman. So the Braves got a startling double play here to take us within 1 out of extra innings for the 3rd time in this series. But the Braves still have to get there. A walk to Pagliarulo.
2 things to keep in mind. Alejandro Pena made 2 wild pitches in the National League Championship Series. With a runner at third base, Pena throws very hard. Olson out to talk to him, and both wild pitches came with Greg Olson catching. One more look at that brilliant double play turned by Mark Lemke, Rafael Belliard, and Sid Breen. On a bunt play, Lemke's responsibility was to cover first base. But he held his position, and when the ball was hit, he made the play and pivoted. You see him toward first anyway. Harper bearing down on Belliard at shortstop, and just a terrific double play turned by Lemke and Belliard.
They're going to pitch to Paul Sorrento. 25 years old, from Massachusetts. He could be the hero tonight. Pena could be a hero. And they are not holding the runner at first. The big man's at third with 2 out, and Sorrento hammers at 1.
Sid Bream has moved behind the runner at first base. You're playing this game as though nobody were on first. Pagliarulo, if he tries to steal second, of course, has to make sure that he makes it. But if they're going to give it to you, you might as well take it.
First and third, 2 out. Strike 2, and another good swing by Sorrento.
The reason that Bobby Cox has opted to pitch the right-hander to the left-hander here is you'd rather the inexperienced player beat you if he's going to do it. Dan Gladden is on deck.
Sorrento is 0 for 1 in this series. Bobby Cox hoping this game gets into the 10th inning. If it does, why haul out some more adjectives to describe this baseball game. Wow, it's something. First and third, 2 out, bottom of the 9th. No score, and an 0-2 count on the pinch hitter, Sorrento. Runner going, foul ball. Pagliarulo was running unmolested off first.
Sid Bream way back, and as we said, if they're going to give it to you, go ahead and take it. With 2 outs, there's not even going to be a play at second base anyway. Both infielders, actually all 3 infielders, the shortstop, second baseman, and first baseman, playing as though there were no runner on first base. The only run that counts, the runner at third, of course.
Sorrento's been getting his swings, I'll say that for him. Count's still 0-2. Runner going. Ooh, and another nasty swing by Sorrento. That ball up a bit from Pena, but tough to catch up with it. This pinch hitter has been up and down with the Twins a few times. There's the big run. Jarvis Brown, the speedster at third. Pagliarulo across the way with 2 out here in the bottom of the 9th. Runner going. 10th inning coming up. How much better can it get? The Twins have left 9, and we're still scoreless.
There's a first time for everything. Your first love, first kiss, first date, first job, and your first new car. For more people, that first new car is Chevy Cavalier. A simple, solid value that'll get you through the changes until the next first time. The cars more people depend on.
That's today's Chevrolet.
Monday, will a steamy video help Murphy bust his senator?
Ooh, I love the smell of scandal in the morning.
An all-new Murphy Brown. Then, when Charlene and Bill get down, Mary Jo gets in the way.
This is fun. It's kind of like a big old slumber party, isn't it?
Designing Women, all Monday.
Yeah. All those who love great comedies, say hi.
Tuesday, 2 boys fall through the ice.
I've never seen anything that scary before.
A child's cry for help, but is there time?
It looked like he wasn't going to make it.
Rescue 911 Tuesday.
Into the 10th inning we go. Scoreless game. The Atlanta bench ecstatic after getting out of that 9th.
And it should not be a scoreless game. I mean, if you go back to the 8th inning with Lonnie Smith on at first base, he went for the decoy. You see Chuck Knobloch, the second baseman, throwing a ball that wasn't there to Greg Gagne. Gagne acting like he's completing the play. I think what happened is Smith lost vision. He went for the decoy, and then he looked up and tried to pick the ball up, and all he saw was white handkerchiefs in left center field. He couldn't pick it up. Therefore, he stopped. He stopped too long. Had he kept running, he scores the only run of the game, and the Braves win the World Series in a game stocked full of strategy and anti-strategy. In the bottom half of that inning, Mike Stanton in after he walked Kirby Puckett with runners at first and third. That's right, first and third, and Herbeck lines one off the handle to Lemke, and Lemke steps on second. What a bizarre 8th inning that was.
Then in the Atlanta eighth, Sid Bream hit into a double play with the bases loaded. Atlanta's left eight hit into a double play. Minnesota's left nine hit into 3 double plays. And this is Jeff Blauser to pinch hit, and Scott Leyes plays short for the Twins. He's playing short, and that's not an unusual position for him. Jack Morris still pitching. And a foul ball. Harper can't see it, and he caught it. He didn't know where it was, but he caught it. Blauser batting for Belliard.
He didn't know where it was when it was going up, but he found it coming down. Watch this. Now, he plays here every day. He's saying, I don't see it. There it is. Got it.
This is the first time since 1924 that a World Series 7th game has gone into extra innings. Isn't this something? Lonnie Smith is up. He's had a walk and 2 singles.
This is the 3rd extra inning game in World Series play. In a 7-game series, there have never been 3 extra inning games.
Game 3, game 6, and this one. 1-1 to the Atlanta designated hitter. There is 1 out. Lonnie Smith is up. And Terry Pendleton will follow. 10th inning, no score. What a long night for Jack Morris. 1-2 the count. Frank the Choir on Sunday morning.
The Vienna Braves choir, huh?
Ted Turner trying to stay with it. 1-2 the count with 1 out. 2-2. Lonnie Smith has 3 World Series home runs. 6 hits total. Jack Morris has struck out 7, walked 2, 1 intentional. He gets his 8th strikeout.
To have maintained the velocity on his fastball through 9 2/3 innings. A lot of superlatives for that guy. And a lot of horses on both sides, but just watch Jack Morris work. He is a war horse, that guy right there.
Beat Toronto twice. Won game 1. Pitched in game 4. No decision in that one. Takes the 7th game into the 10th inning with 2 outs. Pendleton has a double. It should have been good enough to drive home a run in the 8th. This is the first time since 1989 that Jack Morris has gone more than 5 innings. Alejandro Pena likely to have to go out there in a scoreless game in the bottom of the inning. That's up to Pendleton. Shortstop Leyes. Atlanta hasn't scored in 10 innings against Jack Morris. Top of the order coming up.
You came. I was alone. I should have known. You were temptation.
The tempting taste of McDonald's alluring Quarter Pounder with cheese. Add fries and a Coke for an irresistible deal. The extra value meal at McDonald's today.
Temptation, I am yours.
centuries, mankind has looked to the heavens for the extraordinary. Starting November 1st, it can again, in the friendly skies. Introducing Connoisseur Class, only on United. A truly elevated form of international business class. Come fly the airline that's uniting the world. Come fly the friendly skies.
Scoreless game going into the bottom of the 10th inning. And you know, a lot of times you'll attend a sporting event or watch a World Series or some other athletic competition, Tim, and not realize at the time how sensational it is. Later you look back and say, man, I was glad I was there. That was something. Tonight, it's so apparent that this is one of the most remarkable baseball games ever played.
Yeah, you're trying to look for some historical perspective to look back on, but you can't find any. It's a one of a kind, and it has been a remarkable evening, and everybody, I think, is glad they're here.
All right, let's get on to Jim Cotton, see what he thinks after having pitched 25 years in the big leagues.
We're really going to enjoy what this is. We've been a part of here for the last 10 days. We're just soaking it up right now, but as the years go by, we're going to say, wow, this has got to go down as one of the greatest World Series ever.
Our statistician, Steve Hurt, keeps handing us cards and says, this is the first time this, and the first time that, and the first time this. We're piling up some records, and here we are, scoreless in the bottom of the 10th with Gladden, the batter, against Pena. Broken bat, fly ball's going to drop. He's trying. Save!
A broken bat, trademark shot over the glove of Brian Hunter, retrieved by Gant, and Gladden never slowed down. You have heard of the catch in the 1954 World Series. If Dan Gladden scores the winning run, you might hear about the bat that broke, that put him there.
The Twins put their leadoff man on the 8th. They put the first two on in the 9th.
The bat.
And these Twins are in great shape because their batter, Chuck Knobloch, is an opposite field hitter. He's had 1 out of 4. The odds are pretty good of him moving the runner to third or driving him home. Ball 1. Bad break for Pena as he sawed the bat off in the hands of Gladden. But the Twins have an excellent runner at second, carrying the winner. He's a rookie, folks. At the plate with a winning run at second. Is he still bunting? One ball, one strike. The Atlanta bullpen finds Jim Clancy and Kent Merker warming up. In this series, the winning run has scored on the final play of the game. Gladden the runner, nobody out. Going to take another miracle for the Braves. Knobloch bunts, Pendleton goes to first. Lemke took the throw. There's the winner at third base, 1 out. Now we'll see some more strategy.
Or you know you're going to get one intentional walk. That's Kirby Puckett. And the bunt, a successful one. Knobloch to Pendleton to Bream for the first out.
Remember, the Twins have never lost a World Series game in this Metrodome.
As you know, the alternative Bobby Cox has is to just throw Kirby Puckett high fastballs. But I doubt very seriously that they will do that. Ken Hrbek, they're going to walk him. Now the outfield comes in. The outfield in a position where they can stand flat-footed and nail the runner at third if they catch a ball. A long fly ball, and the Twins are the world champions.
But Pena and the Braves are going to have to pitch to somebody here.
Well, do you pitch to Ken Hrbek? There's Chuck Knobloch, who did his job. His job's out of the way. Bunting Gladden to third base.
Jack Morris has pitched 10 shutout innings. On deck is Hrbek. How will they deal with him? Jim Cott, what's going on where you are?
Well, it wouldn't surprise me to see him walk Hrbek also, because Jarvis Brown is now the designated hitter, and the last left-handed pinch hitter, Gene Larkin, has a bat up the runway. Be interesting to see what Bobby Cox tries.
First and third, one out with a walk to Puckett.
If you pitch to Hrbek, do you try to pitch him inside where he's vulnerable? Remember, Pena struck him out in last night's ball game after hitting with the fastball inside and then going away twice. Hrbek is vulnerable inside, but they're going to put him on too. And it looks like Gene Larkin is going to be the pinch hitter for Jarvis Brown.
This will be the third intentional walk by Pena since he relieved. Here are these Atlanta Braves. They'll be in a spot with a bases loaded, one out, scoreless game, bottom of the 10th. They chased the Dodgers. They caught them and beat them by a game. They chased the Pirates and beat them in the 7th game of the playoff. They went home and beat Minnesota 3 straight games to get out of the hole. Now they're only a fly ball away from being the runner-up. But don't discount Pena. And the batter will be Gene Larkin. More from Jim Cott.
Well, I don't know if Bobby Cox is aware of all the injury problems on the Minnesota roster, but Gene Larkin, can almost see him limping up to home plate. He can swing the bat, but he cannot run, so very vulnerable to a double play in this situation.
Larkin is the pinch hitter with the bases loaded and one out. He is 1 for 3 in the series.
Looks like it's his left knee that is swollen. The Kitty alluding to the left knee. He also has a shin guard on his right ankle. If you hit it far enough, you don't have to run. And I'm sure that's what Gene Larkin is thinking right now.
The Braves pulled off a double play in the 6th, in the 8th, and in the 9th. The infield is in. The outfield is in. And they're going to go back to halfway at second and short.
It's funny, you know, they're going to, Templeton now is talking to Brian Hunter, the left fielder. Jeff Blauser, the shortstop, is back. Mark Lemke is in. And there's some confusion in the middle of the infield right now. Now Blauser's coming in.
They could still go to second base. Now Lemke comes in closer.
I think the key point is that Gene Larkin is not a fast runner. I think you can afford to stay back if you're the middle infielders. Both Lemke and Blauser in doubt as to what to do.
The Minnesota bench hoping to get this winning run across here in the 10th. It's carried by Dan Gladden at third. Base hit loaded, one out. Infielders are sort of halfway at second and short. Pena in a jam. The Twins are going to win the World Series. The Twins have won it. It's a base hit. It's a 1-0 10-inning victory.
The outfield in, the high fastball from Alejandro Pena to Gene Larkin.
Pat O'Brien is coming up next, folks. Little kids are never this happy. But these little kids know what they have done. One to nothing in 10. Please don't go away. You'll enjoy what's coming up.
Everyone has a dream, a vision deep inside.
When I decide to follow up on an investing idea, I need a broker who's ready when I am.
We make it easier to follow your own lead.
I can call Schwab at any hour, nights or weekends, get the information I need, even place an order to trade.
Always there to give you just the help you need.
Help yourself at Schwab today.
Security.
The sun upon my skin like a rock. Hard against the wind like a rock.
Only Chevy S10 Blazer 4x4 gives you America's favorite four-wheel drive system and the security of standard four-wheel anti-lock brakes. Chevrolet, at trucks you can depend on, at trucks that last.
Like a rock. There's something new, you're gonna love it. From KFC's called the Gold Bucket. Pick any kind and you're gonna find at KFC it's Gold Bucket time.
KFC introduces Go Buckets. Choose from original recipe, hot wings, or extra tasty crispy. It's a whole new way to enjoy the Colonel's chicken.
Nobody's cooking like today's KFC. Nobody's cooking like today's KFC.
In America, your car is not just something you own. It's a part of your life. To give your car complete protection, Texaco has developed Haviland Formula 3 motor oil. With not one but 3 kinds of protection against heat stress, starting friction, and engine dirt. Haviland Formula 3. Add more life to your car.
The Minnesota Twins have won the 1991 World Series in a stunning 10-inning game. Those are state troopers lining the diamond down there, but you don't see any of the fans going down on the field. Folks, they are happy just to look on and applaud their heroes, including Jack Morris. And what a stud he has been throughout this entire season for the Twins. From opening day to pitching in the All-Star game to winning the first game of the ALCS, winning the first game of the World Series, and closing out the Atlanta Braves to take home the trophy for the Minnesota Twins. He'll be doing hugs and kisses, folks, all night long, and deservedly so. Pat O'Brien along with Tommy Lasorda. Tommy, I think they printed these up early, but they're absolutely right. Twins capture the World Series. How about conquer the World Series?
I'll tell you something. That was one of the greatest pitching performances I have seen in World Series history. This guy was fantastic. He is a winner. As I said before the game began, you got to ride on the coattails of a winner.
Inside the Minnesota Twins locker room, the celebration, and folks, we've seen a lot of sporting celebrations, but the crowd is still outside. The Twins are down there, and somewhere in there is our colleague Jim Cott. Kitty?
I don't even know if this is fair, but I'm going to have Kurt Ritter present the Chevrolet Most Valuable Player Trophy. I mean, there are probably about 20 of them, but is there a better one than Jack Morris for the job he did tonight? It's my privilege to introduce Kurt Ritter, Chevrolet, make the presentation to Jack Morris, Most Valuable Player of the 1991 World Series. Kurt?
Thank you very much, Jimmy. Jack, what a bear-down performance tonight. I want to tell you that was a thrill for everybody around. On behalf of Chevrolet and all of its dealers, I'd like to present you with the Chevrolet MVP Trophy Award and the keys to a new Chevrolet Astro van that will be donated to the charity of your choice in your name. Congratulations.
Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you very much.
Have you got enough strength left to hold that trophy? I mean, we talked all night. The Minnesota Twins signed Jack Morris, and the word that came into play was horse. And you were a horse that I think about 135 pitches, and it didn't appear that you lost anything.
I just didn't want to come out. The guys kept fighting. I got to congratulate the Atlanta Braves. What a great series. I mean, they fought us tooth and nail in, 5 one-run games. These guys in this room, somebody had to go home a loser, but nobody was a loser in my mind. As 2 of the greatest teams that fought so hard all year long, and I'm just proud to be a part of it.
Yeah, nobody really was a loser. I'd like to know what it felt like. I mean, you come off the mound with an emotional inning, and yet your ball club doesn't score, and you got to dig down and go back out there again. What were those feelings like, 7th, 8th, 9th inning?
Well, there's a lot of guys that influenced me over my career about battling the guys and don't worry about what we do offensively, because sometimes the pitcher has no control over that. But perseverance, I guess. I just didn't want to quit, and somehow we figured out a way to win this thing.
All right, Jack Morris, 1991 World Series Most Valuable Player. Is there a more deserving one? Pat O'Brien.
All right, Kitty, thank you. We'll be back with all the action and celebration. Stay with us, folks. Kirby Puckett getting hugs from his family. Hugs all the way around in Minnesota as Jack Morris will get on his Harley-Davidson with that trophy. We'll be back after a commercial and a word from your local station. Stay with us.
Steve.
Mom, are they ready yet?
I'm still working on it.
Rice Krispies treats are so easy to make, they take no time at all.
These things take time.
But they taste so good. Your family will think you slaved over them all afternoon. And if that's what you think, well, what they don't know won't hurt them. Rice Krispies treats.
Honey?
I can't believe it. You should have knocked yours.
And make sure you're ready when your guests say,
Trick or treat!
The #2 pine leaves grease half solved. You want it pine solved. Pine Sol has twice the active ingredients, so grease is solved.
Pine Sol!
For cleaning and disinfecting, it's only half solved until it's pine solved.
Professional plumbers on Professional Strength Liquid Plumber.
All liquid drain openers are not the same. The thin stuff dilutes in water.
But the thick stuff goes through the water, clings to the hair cloud, and gets it to move on down the line.
The best liquid drain opener is in the gray bottle, Professional Strength Liquid Plumber.
1985, Glenarden, Maryland had one of the highest crime rates in the nation. Most crimes occurred after 10 p.m.
Roger, cleared at 9,000, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. We're cleared for an on-time arrival into the Twin Cities, and I thought you might like to know the Twins just won the World Series.
To other airlines, Minnesota is just another destination. To us, it's home.
Have you ever wondered what happens to your children when you drop them off for childcare?
Bye, Mom and Dad.
I'll bet she's having a great time.
I wonder if she'll be okay.
Join today's WCCO television for an inside look at childcare. Tonight in Dimension, we'll show you what after-school programs offer parents and how they help prevent the problem of latchkey kids. Join us for an inside look at childcare in the 90s, tonight at 10 on Channel 4.
Their players, and their players are down where Jim Cott is for the presentation. Kenny?
All right, Pat, my pleasure to introduce the Commissioner of Baseball, Fave Vincent, and he has, once a year, he gets this rare privilege. I'm not too sure this year there shouldn't have been two of them. What a memorable World Series. Commissioner, present the winner's trophy.
Well, I'm delighted, and to these gentlemen from Minnesota, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Pohlad, Mr. Bell, Mr. MacPhail, let me present this trophy, which is, of course, symbolic of your having achieved the World Series victory. It was, I think, probably the greatest World Series ever. I was proud to be here, and I think all the fans who were here appreciate the effort you made and the great effort of the Braves. Two superb teams. Finally, let me say the President wants to congratulate the President of the United States and invite you to the White House for a ceremony where he can congratulate you personally. We're delighted for you. Carl, you have my personal good wishes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Carl Pohlad, the owner of the Twins, and I'd like to get a word from Andy MacPhail. We've shown a lot of pictures of the players, of the manager, of the coaches, but I think the man that was probably the architect of this 1991 Minnesota Twins team that took some chances and signed some players and got some money's worth with this man's money, Andy MacPhail, your feelings right now.
Well, thank you, Jim. I just want to take this opportunity to thank all our scouts, our minor league instructors and managers, our front office staff. Particularly Tom, his coaches did a great job, the players, and Carl for taking a giant risk for us. I'm glad it paid off. Thanks for everything.
All right, Carl Pohlad provided the money. Andy MacPhail provided the players. And Tom Kelly was the man that put the team together and ran it on the field. And Tom, your thoughts about not just this team, this whole series and this night tonight, an unbelievable scene.
It was a storybook ball game. The whole series was like a storybook, going to play it out, Chapter 7. The Braves were just outstanding. I don't know which team played better, if one did or one did not. And by rights, you probably should cut it in half and give it to half to the Braves and half to us. And they were just great. And we're just fortunate to win this ball game. It was a storybook ball series. And I'm proud of all my players, and I'm proud of the Braves. They were just outstanding also.
A very emotional embrace for Jack Morris after this game. And when you got him, you said, we got a horse. He was one tonight, wasn't he?
10 innings on 3 days rest against a Braves team of that caliber is quite a remarkable effort. I was really examining my head, seeing what I was doing, sending him back out there for the 10th inning. But he wanted to pitch, and I said, well, it's just a game. Go get him, baby.
Well, it was a game, some game. And I'll tell you, there was more than one team in this game. We're going to hear from Bobby Cox, the manager of the Atlanta Braves, right after these words.
Introducing a car so intelligently engineered, it can be measured along these lines or graded on a curve. The 1992 Oldsmobile 88 Royale, engineered to prove that a straight line isn't always the best way to get from point A to point B. Oldsmobile, the power of intelligent engineering.
Now, get 2.9% APR financing for up to 48 months.
You came, I was alone. I should have known you were temptation.
The tempting taste of McDonald's alluring Quarter Pounder with cheese. Add fries and a Coke for an irresistible deal. The extra value meal at McDonald's today.
Temptation, I am yours.
Monday.
On FYI, hey, wait, hot exclusive.
Will a steamy video help Murphy bust a senator?
Ooh, I love the smell of scandal in the morning.
An all-new Murphy Brown.
There it is, hosted maybe one of the greatest World Series ever, the Metrodome in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Let us add our congratulations up here to the Atlanta Braves for a tremendous season. A lot of tremendous players, and they gave it their all, but just came up short in this one. On that note, let's go down to Tim McCarver, who is with the skipper of the Braves, Bobby Cox.
I am with Atlanta manager Bobby Cox. And Bobby, there were so many times during that game that you didn't think, I'm sure, that you were going to be giving this interview as part of a losing ball club.
Well, Timmy, we had numerous opportunities to win that ball game. We just didn't get the big hit. We had runners at second, third, no outs, and we couldn't get the ball out of the infield. And Terry hit a ball into the gap, and of course Lonnie stopped and went back. He lost the ball, I guess, and would have scored on that probably, but we didn't. But you figure you're going to score a run if you have runners at second, third, no outs, and we just didn't do it. There was two outstanding pitchers going head-and-head tonight, and Jack Morris and John Smoltz, and Morris would get in trouble and get us out, and Johnny Smoltz pitched one well of a game, and our bullpen pitched well also. It's just, I hate to be on the short end of it, but we are.
What a gutsy move in the bottom of the 8th inning also, with you walking Kirby Puckett with runners at first and third and pitching to Herbeck.
Well, Kirby is a special guy in the back of my mind all the time. He's a guy that can beat you, and he deserves a lot of credit for the success of the Minnesota franchise. I know that. He's a guy that we try to avoid if we can.
Have you met with your club?
Well, we really haven't had time. I think everybody's a little bit frustrated and mad right now. We felt we should have won a game before this and closed it out, and felt like we should have won the ball game tonight, but we didn't. We'll be okay. We'll be ready next spring.
Well, my congratulations on a terrific year, Bobby.
Well, thank you, Tim, and congratulations to CBS. I know you guys did a great job.
Thank you very much. Bobby Cox, the manager of the Atlanta Braves.
And a very classy guy. Think about where they were after the All-Star break and all the respect they've gained since then. Let's go back down to Jim Cott, Kitty.
All right, Pat, it seems like about half the team here are the winning Minnesota Twins. A lot of memories of this World Series, up and down about 18 times tonight. Rick Aguilera, your thoughts on the series and on being a part of this ball club as a premier closer?
Well, first of all, I got to thank God. Just a blessing to be here. There's great teammates and organization. It's just been a great blessing. I'll tell you, it was just very emotional, very draining physically, mentally. But I mean, you can't say enough about the effort Jack gave us tonight and the way we battled the whole series. Just all-around terrific series.
All right, Rick Aguilera, how about a key play in tonight's game, which was when Chuck Knobloch on the ball that Pendleton hit, along with Greg Gagne, a little big league decoy play, and that was key in the game. I mean, how do you react that quickly to making that play?
Well, you know, we do it during the season, and just the ball was hitting the gap, and we just try to carry out a double play, and we got Lonnie's attention. He got all confused out there, and ended up being a big play of the game.
All right, quickly, the hero of last night's game, holding the World Series trophy, Kirby Puckett, 2 times in 5 years. Doesn't get any better than this.
Doesn't get any better than this, man. This is the best there is, and we're the best. This is it.
How about Ken Herbeck? A lot of people, he didn't have a good series with the bat, but a lot of people got a chance to see the way this guy can play first base. Now, you said yesterday you were having fun, but deep down in, they're pretty nerve-wracking.
I looked over at Lemke at second base in that last inning right before Gino hit the ball, and I grabbed onto my stomach, and he grabbed onto his head. It was getting to us out there, but they got nothing to hang their heads about. It was a great series, and I'm just happy I'm on the winning end.
It'll go down in history, I think, as one of the most memorable. Another big part of it, Dan Gladden in the middle of everything, as usual, and coming off a late-season slump. What a high for you right now.
Yeah, it is. I think everybody's pretty excited right now. I don't think Atlanta, those guys played real well. They don't have anything to hang their heads about. Anybody really could have won this series, and it just happened. They had opportunities to score, so did we, but we had the last at bat in the 10th, and Gino came through.
Sure did. An emotionally drained Minnesota clubhouse. Let's go back. Pat O'Brien will be coming back in just a moment, but first a couple of messages.
Where do you want to be in 5 years?
I had an old Studebaker truck and $300 when I started this company. In a few years, my sons will be ready to take over, and then I'd like to... I never told anybody this. I want to live in Paris and go to cooking school. Hey, that's what I want to do. Will I have the money to do it?
You can get there from here with Shearson Lehman Brothers.
She'll be crushed, but I need my space, my freedom. Just tell her.
Bob, I think we should see other people.
What?
Why don't you know what you've got till it's gone?
But we're so perfect.
Why ask why? Try Bud Dry. It's dry brew, not watered down.
She'll be back.
To drink light, yet satisfy completely. So while love isn't easy,
I'll give you one more chance.
refreshment is.
Trading places with your twin is a scream.
Let's check your reflexes. Boom!
But who is who?
You're under arrest. Spread 'em.
Northern Exposure Monday.
Give me this shot.
CBS Sports coverage of Game 7 of the 1991 World Series is brought to you by Chevrolet, the heartbeat of America, the cars more people depend on. Radio Shack, America's technology store. Nobody compares. And by UPS, now offering 10:30 a.m. guaranteed overnight air delivery.
Welcome back to the Metrodome in Minneapolis. The Twins have won the World Series. Jack Morris is the MVP. 1-0 was your score. 10 innings. The two men who were right above home plate calling the game for you, Jack Buck and Tim McCarver. Fellas, what a series.
What a series. What a clincher.
Well, I'll tell you, going into it, it may sound trite, but both teams, Cinderella teams, the difference, I think, between this story and the other story, the real one about Cinderella, in that story, there's only one prince. I think in this series, there were a bunch of princes, weren't there?
Yeah, they were terrific. The Braves were great all year, and, well, you've heard it all, that it's a shame that anybody had to lose. The thought that I have in my mind, Tim, after watching all of this action, is that the season is over. And everybody in the game, a fan, a coach, a player, a manager, front office, scout, surrender. They say, that's enough, especially after a game like this. But then Christmas comes, New Year's, contracts are signed, trades are made, free agents are signed, and then baseball, like the rose beneath the April snow, will force its way to the front again, and we'll have the fever once more. But we can lay this baseball season to rest. It's in the book.
It's to rest, but it'll be very memorable for you and me and for everybody.
It's been fun. Don't go away. We've got some beautiful pictures, baseball pictures for you to enjoy. Let's go back to Pat O'Brien.
All right, guys, as we say around here, we can sleep in November, right? We have just concluded our second year of covering Major League Baseball here on CBS, and believe me, we have put our hearts and our souls into this labor of love. This year's World Series has gone the distance, but in a way it was a lot easier to cover because the games have been so dramatic. Two teams charging from worst to first in two cities, backing them up with everything from tomahawk chops to homer hankies. But now, for so many of us, this is a sad time of the year, really, so I'll just whisper the words. Baseball season is over. But the beauty of baseball is that it never really goes away. And what other sport can boast of a hot stove league? But you know what really warms the heart during the chill of the offseason? It's the thought that spring training is right around the corner. On that note, for all of us here at CBS Sports, I'm Pat O'Brien. So long from Minneapolis.
Baseball breaks your heart. It is designed to break your heart. The game begins in the spring when everything else begins again, and it blossoms in the summer, filling the afternoons and evenings. And then, as soon as the chill rains come, it stops and leaves you to face the fall alone.
Carter, and it is off the wall. And Carter comes up limping.
twisted ball into right, and that drops. He is safe, and it gets away, and we are tied. Hits it into left field. Here comes Justice. Save! And Atlanta wins it. They're sending him home. And out. Here's Lemke. He is deep left center, and we'll see you tomorrow night.
Channel 4. WCCO Television presents the Minnesota Twins 1991 World Series Championship celebration live from Ridgedale. Now, here are Don Shelby, Colleen Needles, and Mark Rosen.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us. It's a great evening for a party, even if it is indoors.
Yeah.
This is a great 1991 World Series Championship celebration. I'm Don Shelby, along with Colleen Needles, along with Mark Rosen, and our special host, Jim Cott.
We're live at Ridgedale, where thousands of people have come out to honor our world champion Minnesota Twins.
Let's hear it.
Yay!
By the noise level, this is a mini Metrodome tonight. The home field advantage exists again, and we have a great show for you tonight, including some special appearances from some of the heroes of the Minnesota Twins World Championship season. How about Jarvis Brown? Chuck Knobloch is here. Shortstop Greg Gagne. Third baseman Mike Pagliarulo. And I forgot, who's that center fielder?
What's
number
that guy's
34?
name?
Yeah, Kirby Puckett is also here. That's coming up in the next hour, and we're also very happy to have Jim Cott with us, who's done such an outstanding job both on our Channel 4 telecasts all year and with CBS. And Jim, if you could describe for you as a player, a longtime player, what it was like from a broadcasting standpoint to watch and follow and talk about the Twins all season.
I'll tell you, I have something I can boast about for a long time. There's no other broadcaster that's followed a team that has been able to follow a team like this during the season and then also go on into the World Series and the playoffs. And I'll tell you, the little kids that are here, when you grow up and have kids, and they have kids, 100 years from now, you'll never see a World Series like you saw this year, or teams like Atlanta and Minnesota. Very special treat.
Yeah, we are talking a lot about the Twins tonight, and for good reason, but we'll be the first again to acknowledge what a tremendous series the Atlanta Braves played and how classy they were in defeat last night, and they were a good bunch to be around.
Yeah, I think what said more about this World Series than anything else is if you watch before the first pitch, and Brian Harper and Lonnie Smith shook hands, you know, as if to, out of respect for one another, to say, boy, it's been a lot of fun, and may the best man win.
Talk with you shortly here.
All right.
All right, now what would a party be like without great music? And we've got some great music coming up here. Steve Vecchi and his orchestra is with us tonight to bring us some of those great Minnesota Twins fan tunes. Thank you very much for being with us tonight. Steve Vecchi and his orchestra.
Right now, though, we're going to go out to the bleachers to the 10th player on the Minnesota Twins team. That's all of you, the fans who made the world of difference here. Scott Reynolds and Amy Marsalis out in the bleachers.
And these people are going to get a chance to ask some questions.
They should have some very good questions. I'm anxious to hear what they have to say and the players' reaction as well. We're also going to meet Wally the Beer Man. He is here working the crowd tonight, not handing out beers, Cracker Jacks, I think. Right, Wally? So we'll be talking to him in a little while.
And also, a lot of these fans didn't get a chance to get tickets to the Metrodome, so it's a chance for them at least to come out here tonight and see some of the stars of the Twins World Championship team and get a chance to probably throw a question at them here tonight. Don and Colleen.
All right. Thank you very much. Mark, take it away.
Okay, and you know, this is, everyone's still buzzing and so exhausted but exhilarated about what happened. And why not right now turn the clock back to last night? It was late, but who cares? Bottom of the 10th inning. 7th game of the World Series, and the pandemonium was about to begin.
It's a 1-0 10-inning victory.
I'm so excited, and I just can't hide it. I'm about to lose control, and I think I like it. I'm so excited, and I just can't hide it. And I know I want to. We shouldn't even think about tomorrow. Sweet memories will last a long, long time. We'll have a good time, baby, don't you worry. And if we're still playing around, boy, that's just fine. Let's get excited. We just can't hide it. No. I'm about to lose control, and I think I like it. I'm so excited, and I just can't hide it. I want to.
Wow. What a moment that was.
No one can explain to anyone who did not see that or sit through and watch all those zeros being posted on that scoreboard for 10 innings straight just exactly what that evening meant.
I think we're all paying for it today. I know I am. I was screaming so hard during all of these games. I'm at the very end of a voice here, but oh, what a wonderful series and a great way to end it, wasn't it?
Let's introduce a couple of people who helped make this thing happen. They happen to be roommates on the road, two of the youngest players on the Minnesota Twins championship team. Wonderful, wonderful men. These two guys, you'll know them, Jarvis Brown, Chuck Knobloch. Please welcome them.
Well, let's go back to Fort Myers in about the middle of February, and what a feeling to be a part of a reception like this. And share your thoughts a little bit about what's happened to you this season, Chuck.
Well, I started off the year not knowing if I was even going to be in the situation to have the opportunity to be in this situation. And, you know, I made the team out of spring training, which is all I was trying to do, and could never have dreamt that I would have had the year that I did, and the team had so much success. And it's great, and, you know, this just proves what great fans we have, and everybody stuck behind us even after our slow start that we had. But we had a really great team and great fans, and you guys definitely helped us win it in the Dome.
Chuck had a Mark, you might Chuck had a couple of pretty high moments during the season. Maybe we'll get a chance to look at one of them.
A bunch of them in the World Series, and I think right now we can take a look at one of these magic moments that Chuck Knobloch will have on his VCR for quite a while.
They're going to wave Knobloch in. The throw is cut off. The play at the plate is safe.
I heard him say safe, and I knew I got the plate. It was just a question of whether I got the plate or not. I didn't feel him tag me, and the guy on deck was back there trying to help you know, where to slide. But I focused on the catcher, and I saw him move up the line a little bit, and you know, I knew I was going to have to try to go around him somehow.
Of course, that was in the American League Championship Series against the Toronto Blue Jays, and one slide that Chuck Knobloch will never forget. Also, Jarvis Brown is with us, and Jarvis, Tom Kelly's made such a point this year of getting everyone involved in the team, and I know you were a late season acquisition as far as the postseason goes. How does he make everyone feel comfortable in a sense of contributing to the ball club?
Well, you know how TK is. He's not afraid to play everybody, and you know, my first year being in the big leagues, not the whole year, but 3 months. And he used me pretty often, so it gives everybody, you know, more incentive to play for him.
You know what I'd like to know hear from Jarvis, because I was sitting about 30 feet away from first base last night. You go into pinch run in a situation like that all players dream about. Here you're in the big leagues for half of your first year. Have a little trouble keeping your knees from knocking, or did you feel more relaxed than you thought you would there?
The way it's been, I've been on the bench most of the time, and it's more nerve-wracking on the bench than it is out on the field. And I was really excited to get out there. I wasn't really that nervous.
As we take a look at that situation right there, and Jarvis came oh so close to scoring that game-winning run last night.
Do they get this loud in Texas A&M down at College Station? Have you ever heard noise like you've heard in the Metrodome this year?
No, it's really unbelievable. It's really hard to describe. It feels really, it's a really good feeling when you know all these people are going crazy and they're screaming for you. It really makes you feel good, and it really it really makes you believe that you can win and that you're gonna win no matter how bad it's gonna get. And you know, it took us 10 innings last night, but you know, you guys never let up out there. It was really great.
We're going to go out to in the bleachers to Amy Marsalis, who's standing by. Actually, right now, first going to go to Scott Reynolds. Scott?
I'm wondering, Chuck Knobloch, now that you've got the off-season coming up in the winter, will you be doing some air conditioning commercials with Kent Hrbek?
No, nobody's talked to me about that yet, but I'll do it.
Okay, let's go to some fans who have questions for Chuck or Jarvis. Anybody here got a question? Sir?
How was it like when you won it last night at the end of the ball game?
What was it like when you were winning at the end of the ball game? What was going through your mind, I guess, as that ball went over Larkin's head, Chuck?
Your thoughts when you saw that ball go out into left center field and it was apparent that this baby was over. Your thoughts?
My thoughts, I don't know. I couldn't feel. My whole body was numb. That you know, it's hard to realize that you're champions of the world, and it was a really good feeling. As soon as he hit it, you know, we knew the game was over, and it was great.
Any more questions out here? Anybody else? Let's go back this way a little bit. What's your question?
When did you start playing baseball?
When'd you start playing baseball, Chuck?
Oh, way back when I was about 3 years old, to be honest. My dad used to play with me all the time, but I've always, as far back as I can remember, probably 3 or 4 years old.
I think Amy Marsalis is out here, I believe, with a fan that has a question. Amy?
Okay, I want to ask a question. Well, after I get one from Marna. What's your question, Marna?
I want to know what the highlight of the series was for Chuck.
Chuck, the highlight for you.
For me, it was actually running out on the field knowing it was all over with. That's the greatest feeling that anybody can have, realizing that you're finally champions after a long, hard 7 games.
Okay, thank you. I have a question for Jarvis. This must feel like winning the lottery. How do you think this is going to change your life? People are always ask that question after they win $1 million. How do you think it's going to change your life now?
I don't know. Maybe just because people get a chance to see you on TV, we get more notice, but otherwise, not really. Just try to get better.
Okay,
you guys
thank
spent
you.
a lot of time with each other this year. maybe as roommates, right?
Sure. It's a long way from the Southern.
All right, guys, congratulations. Thank you very much. Jarvis Brown and Chuck Knobloch. Don and Colleen.
Cheer for them.
Okay.
That's the future of the Minnesota Twins.
We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Mike Pagliarulo and his family. Please stay with us.
Stay with us.
Who can make a fresh salad faster? Ready, set, go. Dole salad mix. Fresh cut lettuce, crunchy carrots, and crisp cabbage pre-washed and sealed to keep the freshness in. When it comes to making a fresh, delicious salad, there's no contest with Dole salad mix.
Wow, I remember lugging around those relics. What a waste, especially when one little box can do the job of both. I'm talking about New Ultra Bold. It's the only concentrated detergent and concentrated softener in one. That's why this tiny box can get my clothes looking clean and feeling soft all in one simple step. Sure, I used to mess with a separate detergent and softener, but then I wised up.
New Ultra Bold. Clean, soft, and simple. With the Hardee's Kid Special, Mom and Dad can feed their 4 kids for $4. Dad can feed his son and the rest of the basketball team for $5. And Mom can feed her kid, a neighbor's kid, and a kid she doesn't even know for $3. You see, with the Hardee's Kid Special, one kid eats for $1. It's for parents who want to feed their kids delicious food for not a lot of money. A regular hamburger, small fries, and a kid's drink, all for $1. Hardee's Kid Special, at only $1 per kid, it's an offer too good to refuse.
Hey, you gonna eat that last fry?
And you will need to keep a minimum balance of $500. Checking accounts, Harris speaking. It's for you.
Me?
Miss Riley?
Yeah?
This is TCF, Miss Riley.
Yeah?
If you could change the way banks do business, what would you change?
I'd make them all for free checking, with no minimum balance.
Who is that?
Thank you, Miss Riley. Oh, beautiful day, isn't it?
Yeah, thanks.
No, thank you.
TCF, banking the way you want it.
And welcome back to the Twins celebration of the World Series championship. We are live at Ridgedale with a lot more to come, Jim Cott.
Yeah, and as if enough games in the World Series ended in the last at bat or on the very last pitch, how about a magic moment back in the American League Championship Series that won a game for the Twins in their last at bat, and a little magic moment of the next player that we're going to get a chance to meet tonight. Let's take a look at it.
And Pax will go into play third. Line drive deep to right field. Going back is Ducey. It's gone.
You know, I was just trying to hit the ball up the middle, really, and he just laid the ball inside and hit it over the fence. So, you know, it was a great thrill, and didn't really get much sleep that night, but I got enough for the next day.
Yeah, we know his name. He wears lucky number 13. I remember right before that game, as she always does, Jim, his mother gave him a good luck kiss right before that game, and look what he did.
It worked.
Number 13, third baseman Mike Pagliarulo.
Welcome, Mike, and welcome, Karen. And this is 4-year-old Michael. What do you think of this racket out here? Sounds just like at home, doesn't it, in the Dome? Mike, I have a quick question for you now. I know when you were with the Yankees, you were well known as a home run hitter, and we didn't see so much of that during the season this year, but talk about the postseason. It just started exploding again. What do you think made the difference for you this season?
At the end of the season, end of the season, I made a couple of adjustments. During the season, I thought I was just being consistent, and you know, Terry Crowley and I talked about making some changes, and in the way I was hitting line drives, it just seemed to fit into the way the club was working, and we kept innings going, and we were real consistent, and you know, it really worked. We were in first place, and it was just a matter of not changing anything. And then near the end of the season, Chile, you know, got a little tired there, and a couple of guys were hurt, and so you know, I just pretty much tried to pull the ball a little bit more, and it worked out, you know, and you know, I'm really glad it all happened.
We're all glad that it happened. Question for you, Karen. This is the first year that you've been a Twin Cityan and a Minnesotan. You know that the people, like all of these great fans of the Minnesota Twins, have a tendency to adopt families. And there's no question that the Paliarulos have been adopted by the Minnesota Twins fans. Do you think you found a home?
We've really liked it here. The people have been so nice to us, and I hope we stay for a long time.
What do you like about the Twin Cities, most of all?
Well, there's a lot to do, but people are so friendly and so warm to us. It's really nice.
Has Michael found some friends here?
Oh, yeah. He's had a great time. He plays a lot of hockey now.
We're going to take a look at another one of those great magic moments right now.
Paliarulo lost one into right field. That ball might leave the ballpark. It's going to be gone. Paliarulo's third hit of the night puts the Twins on top 2-1.
That's almost an impossibility, getting a home run off of John Smoltz as hot as he was pitching. How did you sit back and wait for that pitch to come in?
Well, I felt real good that game. You know, I knocked in one run earlier, and I already had 2 hits, and you know, that at bat I felt real confident, and he threw me a couple different pitches, and plus I seen him last year when I was in San Diego. So when I hit that ball, I mean, it really didn't look like I was that excited going around the bases, man, but I was just jumping for joy. You know, I was flying around them bases, and you know, I felt like the best guy on earth right up until the time Lonnie Smith hit his. But you know, I think things just you know, work a certain way for certain reasons, and you know, I'm just glad that I was able to experience that and play against Smoltz then, and we were able to do a decent job off him last night.
Hey, thank you, Mike. Now we want to go out to some people in the audience with some questions, and Scott Reynolds is standing by for questions for one of the guys that got us here. Scott.
First, I want to ask Mike, the down times, just like the Twins going from last to first, really you did the same, Mike, because there were down times for you in New York and San Diego. Now you win a World Series championship in Minnesota. Did you ever envision that your career would be that high after experiencing such a low?
Well, I never doubted it. And this winter, when I went to the winter meetings, I wanted to pick a club that had good people, that I was in a real good town with real good tradition, and I knew that. I knew that Gary Gaetti might not stay, and whatever his decision was, if he decided to leave, then I told everybody else, I told the other clubs I was talking to that I wanted to play in Minnesota, and I did. I think that the team has great coaches. I think that you know, I have real good teammates, and I just got good people around me with a real nice ball club with a good sense of tradition, and I never doubted that we would compete for a division title. And you know, once things got rolling, it was a division title, then a pennant, now a World Series title. So unbelievable.
Now let's go to Amy Marsalis out with the fans in the stands.
Well, I have a question first. For children out there, all the little boys who want to be baseball players and win World Series, what kind of advice or what would you say to them, the kind of message you would give them?
What I would say to young kids would just be to play the game if you love the game. If you don't love the game, then there's really no sense in playing it. I played baseball because I loved it. I loved the competition, and my parents never pushed me into playing baseball. It was like there if I wanted it. And when I played, my parents were always there. They were at all of my games, and whether it was Little League, Legion Ball, Babe Ruth League, and high school, I mean, they were always there. And I got great support from my parents when I was growing up, and they were never really pushy. So, I guess my advice would have to go out to the parents also, and not to be too pushy. But as a ball player, I played because I love the game, and I still do.
Quick question, Mike. Would you raise Michael as a switch hitter?
My son?
Yes.
Well, I hope he turns left-handed and is a left-handed pitcher, I'll tell you. If you're a left-handed pitcher today, boy, I'll tell you, you can make it on any team, I think. Right, Kitty? Kitty's thinking of coming back.
No question about it. Thank you very much. Mike, Karen Pagliarulo, we hope you stay for a long time on the Minnesota Twins.
We're glad you chose us.
And we'll return with more of our World Series celebration live from Ridgedale in just a minute.
If it's cold filtered for smoothness and purity, if it's pure cold, and if it's got the name, it's a good thing. Smooth Michelob Golden Draft, an easygoing Golden Draft Light.
So grab a good thing, Michelob Golden Draft.
Grab a good thing when you see it.
Sturdy Sweats by Lee. For just $15, men's and ladies sizes. Sturdy Sweats by Lee, exclusively at Target.
Aisle 2. It's for you.
Hello? Mrs. Ward, this is TCM.
Yeah?
If you could change the way banks do business, what would you change?
Put them in more convenient places?
Such as?
Right here at Cub Foods. And then you could be open 7 days a week.
Thank you, Mrs. Ward. Oh, nice sweater.
Oh, thank you.
TCF, banking the way you want it.
You're unbelievable.
Welcome back, everyone, to Ridgedale, where thousands of people have joined us to celebrate the world champion Minnesota Twins tonight. We're glad you're with us.
There's got to be 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 people packed inside this arena. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for supporting the Minnesota Twins throughout the season. Right now, we want to go out into the stands and meet some of those people, and Scott Reynolds is standing by. Scott?
Well, all season long, you know what a role the fans have played. Back in '87, they were instrumental in the World Championship, and Chili Davis talked about it last night, how the fans really helped the players get it going on the field. The 10th player on the field for the Twins. We have a special report on the Minnesota fans.
The American League champions coming through the door right now.
When the Twins brought home the pennant trophy, the 10th member of the team was waiting. And while the players readied themselves on the field for the series, the fans took to the streets.
I just try and get them revved up a little bit before they get in the dome.
The Homer Hanky came back in style and was challenged by Atlanta's Tomahawk Chop.
I think it's terrible. I think they took over our Tomahawk Chop.
You think that the Twins fans are copying the Braves fans?
Yes, I think that the Twins are copying the Braves fans.
But the Twins had these first.
Oh, they did, really?
But the chop proved too controversial.
Stop the chop! Respect all cultures, ladies and gentlemen.
And in the end, the sea of hankies stopped the chop. Children wrote letters, sang songs, put aside books to show support. Farmers decorated their crops in support. And some not only sang songs, they wrote them.
Have you heard the story of the pennant race? The Minnesota Twins were setting the pace. That story is true, I'm here to say. The Twins are gonna go all the way.
Supporting the Twins kept fans preoccupied.
Go Twins!
And without a doubt, this series proved there is a home field advantage. Having that 10th member of the team working overtime is indeed an inspiration.
And of course, a lot of those fans are here tonight. How do you rate the Minnesota fans, say, compared to Atlanta's?
I think they're great.
And you?
They're number one.
Woo!
Okay, there you have it from a few of the thousands here. And Amy's with a very special Twins fan.
One of the very biggest Twins fans. You probably recognize this gentleman, don't all of you? Wally, the beer man, with his box of Cracker Jacks tonight. He even has his own version of a baseball card. Wally, tell us how this series has been different than back in '87. You said you noticed a different feel in the dome.
This series seemed to be very emotional. I mean, the tension was right there until that last hit where we won those games. And like yesterday, it wasn't if the Twins win, it was when the Twins win this series.
But much more emotionally draining for everyone involved.
For everybody that was working, I think the fans are kind of glad that Sunday night finally got here.
Did you sell a lot of beer?
Oh, well, we sold a lot of everything. It was really great, and this kind of a turnout shows that Minnesota's got the greatest baseball team in the world, and we got the greatest fans in the world.
And you're one of the greatest fans, Wally. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Amy. You know, we heard so many people down in Atlanta say they dreaded coming up here, and it was because of the fans. They were not looking forward to the people here would be cheering them on.
Well, I think it's absolutely true that the chop stopped here.
You're right. Okay, we're going to take a quick break now, but when we come back, Greg Gagne and his family.
Northwest 408, descended 9,000. By the way, guys, the Twins just won the World Series.
Roger, cleared to 9,000, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. We're cleared for an on-time arrival into the Twin Cities, and I thought you might like to know the Twins just won the World Series.
To other airlines, Minnesota is just another destination. To us, it's home.
There's something new, you're gonna love it. From KFC, it's called the Gold Bucket. Pick any kind, just $5.99. At KFC, it's Gold Bucket time.
Hey, Minnesota, get an 8-piece Go Bucket for $5.99. Or for a limited time, get twin Go Buckets just $9.99. Starting Thursday, get 16 pieces of original recipe or extra tasty crispy chicken, only $9.99. Twin Go Buckets just $9.99. Starts Thursday. Nobody's cooking like today's KFC.
I hate to travel. I always sit next to the guy who wants to talk to me the whole way. I mean, eventually he starts forming words. I thought maybe if I made better use of my time, I wouldn't have to travel so much. So I got some help from US West. I got the Yellow Pages, cellular phone, pager. Now I can spend more time doing the things I want to do. Like talk to my girlfriend. Hi, honey, it's Jake. I'm back. I should have called sooner.
US West, making the most of your time.
Have you ever wondered what happens to your children when you drop them off for childcare?
Bye, Mom and Dad.
I'll bet she's having a great time.
I wonder if she'll be okay.
Join today's WCCO television for an inside look at childcare. Tonight in Dimension, we'll show you what drop-off centers offer parents and why they've become the babysitters of today. Join us for an inside look at childcare in the 90s. Tonight at 10 on Channel 4.
to Ridgedale. Live, the WCCO celebration of the Twins World Champions. Before we meet the next player, let's look at one of those magic moments, Mark.
Yeah, we're going to talk about a man who is very easy for Tom Kelly to pencil into the lineup every day. Number 7 at shortstop. And I think we have an opportunity to take a look at one of those magic moments involved with Greg Gagne.
Pretty well hit. This ball is going to go.
On that pitch there, I just went up there thinking about hitting it in the hole, and I ended up hitting it out of the park.
Talk about getting the Twins off to a great start in the first game of the World Series. Here's a man who's responsible for doing it. Greg Gagne and his family, number 7.
Introduce Greg's wife. This is Mickey, and on her lap is Lucas, and this is Zachary. Welcome to all of you tonight. We're so happy you're with us.
Look at this.
Greg, the first question I have is, do you have a key to the game? Was there a time during the entire series that you felt that the series turned on?
It was a different feeling from '87 for me. In '87, I felt if we won Game 6, there was no doubt about it, we were going to win Game 7. This series is a lot different. You really didn't know which way it was going to turn. You know, and I'm just real happy that we won it. It wasn't easy, and it's too bad there had to be a loser, really, because it was just a great series.
It was wonderful. You know, Mickey, we had the chance to meet in '87, and this little guy was just 6 weeks old, I think, when we first met in postseason back then. I know all of us have heard from everyone has such a case of the nerves and didn't think they could take another game like last night. How did you, sitting in the stands, were you able to put up with all of this suspense?
I've got to tell you, the Ys were just great. We were all into these games because they were so close. It was just amazing. We were just drawing on each other. And when I was next to Kathleen Larkin at the time when Jean got the big hit, and I mean, I could not let go of that girl. We were just going wild. It was great. But our nerves have been shot, and we're pretty much drained mentally right now. It's been tough.
I can imagine. I can imagine. Well, we want to give our fans an opportunity to ask some questions. We're going to go out now to Amy Marsalis, who's standing by.
Okay, I have a fan, Renata. What is your question for Greg? They love Greg Gagne here.
What was your instant decision to fake him out like that?
Well, that's a part of the game. We did that in the playoffs too, but the trouble was the ball was hit right to Chuck, and Chucky missed it, and we just got all confused, and it didn't look too good. But this one really helped. It's a thing that Chuck brought into our game this year to try to deke the runner, to try to make the runner look like, you know, he's looking at me, and we get him confused. So right now it worked, yeah, but we just go for the instinct right now. We do that a lot. We just can't do it when it's a pop-up to me or Chuck.
Okay, we're going to toss now over to my counterpart, Geraldo Reynolds, in the audience with some other fans. Scott.
Okay, thanks very much, Amy. A lot of these fans are behind the stage here. If the Twins keep making a habit of winning the World Series, we'll have to borrow a revolving stage from some rock band. Any questions for Greg Gagne here? Sir.
I think Greg Gagne's the best shortstop ever.
Not a question, but Greg will take it. Ma'am, your question for Greg Gagne.
Have you always wanted to be a Major League Baseball player?
What's that?
Have you always wanted to be a Major League Baseball player?
Greg, did you always want to be a major leaguer?
No, I wanted to be a rock star. All right.
We could have borrowed your stage maybe if you'd have made it there. Any other questions for Greg Gagne? Sir?
How did it feel to hit your home run?
What was it like when you hit that home run and it cleared the fence at the Metrodome?
Well, it was probably my biggest hit in my career. I was just so excited. I just wanted to slap everybody. I just wanted to give high fives all over the place.
Okay, we got one more question here for Greg Gagne.
When are you going to get your World Series ring? And are you going to let your wife wear it?
Oh.
No, my wife won't wear it. But we'll probably get it opening day, I think, against Texas next year. I haven't looked at the schedule, but we'll, when the season opens, whoever we play at home will receive our rings.
Okay, and I know your wife is wearing a very nice diamond-studded pendant from the '87 World Series, so she wasn't left out in the cold on that one.
No, she's probably looking for another one now, too.
Okay, now over to Amy for more fans' questions for Greg Gagne. Amy?
Okay, Scott, thank you. We've got a quick question from Scott of Plymouth.
Greg, as a transplanted New Yorker, I want to say you guys are great. My question to you is, what role do you think the designated hitter played in the 7 games in the World Series?
Well, I don't know. I like the designated hitter. I don't think the pitchers can't hit anyway, so why even, let them hit? Sorry, Jack.
Okay, thank you very much, Greg. Now back to Donna Colleen.
And sorry to Jim Cott, who happened to carry a pretty big stick once upon a time. I do have a question about the ring, though. Now that you have this one on your hand and you get the new one, what's going to happen to the one you're currently wearing?
That's a tough one. I guess I'll just have to replace it with the new one.
And then how about the one for 1992?
Really, I guess when I pass away or whatever, it's going to be one for Zach and one for Lucas.
Terrific.
Let's go back now to Mark and Jim.
Jim, there they go again, wrapping those pitchers without the ability to hit.
I'm telling you, pitchers are taking a beating. But I'll tell you what's nice to see when you see the fans come out and get a chance to meet up close the Twins players. We know the Twins have great baseball players, but what's nice, and I follow a lot of teams during the course of the season, they have good people and good families, and that's one of the reasons that they're champions in all aspects of the game.
Good point. We'll be right back with more live from Ridgedale, the Twins World Series Championship celebration.
A good laugh, a good chill, a good sign, a good thrill, a good boy, good girl, it's a good time world. You got the goods. You know a good thing when you see it.
Only one draft beer.
So grab a good thing, Michelob Golden Draft.
Delivers the goods.
Michelob Golden Draft. So grab
the pure cold.
Good thing.
Cold filtered.
Good thing.
Smooth.
Michelob Golden Draft.
So grab a good thing.
Now getting free fries at Dairy Queen is as easy as 1, 2, free. 1, you buy a drink. Then here's 2, you buy a sandwich. Now are you ready for 3? The fries are free. That's right, free. You buy the drink 1, the sandwich 2, then the fries are free. So hurry in for your free regular fries, because the days of this offer are numbered. Dairy Queen, we treat you right.
Hello?
Who's that, honey?
It's TCF. They want to know what to give people over 50.
Tell them free checking with interest, free checks, credit card protection, maybe travel discounts, and travel insurance.
Did you get all that?
And a Harley. Vroom, vroom, vroom.
They'll go for everything but the motorcycle.
Club 50 from TCF. Banking the way you want it.
Hey, check this out. I got this VCR last night in Bloomington. It's yours for $50. How about this CD player? Someone left their window open in Maplewood. Anything you want, I can get. It's so easy. Some of these people have no clue.
It's one of the most emotional crimes there is, and it's happening in your neighborhood. So what can you do when crime hits home? Find out Wednesday night on Channel 4's 10 o'clock news.
take everybody to Ridgedale, where the greatest fans in America have assembled to celebrate the greatest world champions, the Minnesota Twins.
We've had a lot of opportunity tonight to celebrate some of the magic moments of the Twins players. Here's a guy, here's his magic moment. He had many of them. Here's just one of very many.
He corks it to left center and chased by Puckett. He caught
I told myself, just get back to the fence, just get back to the fence and give yourself a chance to catch it. And I got back and timed my leap perfect and was fortunate to catch it.
In our household, my 2-year-old refers to him affectionately as Bergie the Puckett. We love him, and I know you all do too.
Ladies and gentlemen, get up on your feet for Kirby Puckett.
He's not only the most popular player in Minnesota sports history, but when you go around the country, he's kind of gaining some elevation nationwide. And there was a dramatic home run in the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, and we were wondering when it would come in the 90s, and it came in Game 6. Remember the pitch and what you thought about running around the bases?
Yeah, well, I remember it, Kitty. It's something I'll never forget. I was on deck, me and Chili, and I couldn't believe they brought Charlie in to face me, but they threw me a lot of all-speed pitches the whole series. They threw me a lot of changeups, and I was kind of disappointed because they always say how the National League's a fastball league, and they throw you a lot of fastballs, and they threw more changeups than they throw here in the American League, and they were successful getting me out. So I went up that time, and I was looking for a changeup, and I wanted to be up, and I got the pitch I wanted.
Sure did. In fact, let's take a look at that dramatic home run in Game 6 of this year's World Series that gave the Twins
into deep left center for Mitchell, and we'll see you tomorrow night.
I tried to tell myself not to swing at anything low. He wants me swinging that changeup down and away. And I have been swinging at it all series, but I told myself I wasn't going to swing at it anymore. I was going to make him get the ball up and just try to put a good swing on the ball. And fortunately, got in the air and it went out.
What a moment indeed. And Kirby, if you would, introduce your terrific family they have with you here.
Well, I have my wife Tanya to my left, and this is Catherine.
How old is Catherine?
She'll be 14 months on the 1st.
Now,
Friday.
everyone knows about your baseball exploits. When I got down to spring training in Fort Myers, I wanted to know if Kirby Puckett was as good at changing the diaper and feeding the baby as he was at hitting the baseball. And you jumped right on that, Kirby. You're really good about that, huh?
Had to hold up my end, Rosie. I thought I was going to be able to get out of it, but it didn't work too good.
About 6.5 years, she'll sing the national anthem like that young girl did in last night's game. Was that terrific? You know, Tanya, Mickey Gagne was talking about how the wives were so together in this series because it was so emotional. Did you sense a little different feeling this time than '87 among the wives?
No, not really. We all were kind of together. It was wonderful. We sat together. We cheered together. We had our Homer hankies. It was just wonderful.
And you perspired and had the sweaty palms and held hands together.
Yeah, we did. We held each other's hands, and we did a lot of praying.
All right.
Kirby, I'm sure you feel very fortunate, considering how many great ball players never have had a chance, never had the opportunity to play in a World Series, you know, like Rod Carew and Ernie Banks and some other great ones to play, and not only played in two, but to win two in your first cracks at it.
No doubt about it. This is something that you dream about, Rosie. As a kid, That's all I ever want to do is play baseball. Go ahead, Catherine.
She's ready to sing.
That's all I ever wanted to do as a kid. And I thought that if I made it to the big leagues and was successful, you know, that was the highest, you know, that was as high as I could go as an athlete. And, you know, just made it to the World Series in '87 and then in '91. Not only just making it, but winning it. I can't even really describe the feeling. It's an awesome feeling.
You know, I got to ask what it had to be like every inning. I mean, I wasn't even involved in the game, and every inning I was having a hard time hanging on to the microphone with the sweaty palms. But you come into the bench and you got to be saying, we got to get a run. And then you threaten and don't score. Now they get the bases loaded. The up and downs emotionally. What was that like sitting on the bench during that?
It wasn't any fun at all. On my way home last night, I told my wife to drop me off at Fairview Southdale and check my ulcers out, and I got all right. I got out all right. But I tell you, it was a feeling. I mean, we were on the bench, and you could see guys, they were nervous and fidgety. And we said the way Jack was throwing, all we need is just one run, guys. One run, we win. And both teams had chances and didn't take advantage of it.
I think we probably have some questions out there in the audience. Amy, you got a fan there that's got a question for Kirby?
Yes, I'm a fan, and I have a question. First, Kirby, what are you going to do with that ball that the fan brought to you after you hit the home run at the end of the 6th game that decided that game? What are you going to do with that ball?
Well, I have the ball, and a guy in the clubhouse, he wrote all the information on it, what the count was and who I hit it off of, and it's in a nice glass case, so it's going on my trophy case at home.
You must have quite a collection. Now we have a question from a fan.
Yeah, Kirby, what did it feel like to win Game 6?
Well, if we didn't win Game 6, we wouldn't have had the opportunity to win Game 7. So it was a situation where our backs were against the wall completely. If we didn't win, then go ahead, Catherine. You know, we just say hi. It was a situation, if we didn't win Game 6, then it wasn't going to be a Game 7. So we had to win Game 6.
Okay, thank you. We're going to toss it over to Scott Reynolds, who has another fan.
Plenty of fans here with questions for Kirby. Anybody with a question? Sir?
I was wondering, where do you go next and where do you go from here?
Yeah, Kirby, after 2 World Series rings, is it time to just kick back and call it a career? I mean, what can you do to top this?
Go to the parade in the White House first, right?
Yeah, I got to do that first, but I don't know. Just keep playing. Just play about 4 or 5 more years and then let the young guys have it.
Okay, we got another question down here. Sir, your question.
What does he do when he's not at baseball?
He wants to know what you do when you're not playing baseball, Kirby. Like all winter, maybe.
Chasing her around. Do a lot of chasing right here.
You do have a very special relationship with the fans, Kirby, that I know you just don't take for granted. And if you describe sort of how you deal with it on a daily basis, because you really have very little privacy, no matter where you go, whether it's out to dinner, a movie. And, you know, there's a tendency not to want to deal with it. And that's just a subject that a lot of athletes face.
Well, you know, I just try to explain to people sometimes, Rosie, there's a time and a place for everything. And my wife and I, we don't get much privacy. So, if, you know, if we're out with a couple or something and we're out to a nice dinner, and I try to be polite and just tell them, you know, maybe after I get through eating or something, I'll sign. And most people here in Minneapolis understand it. But then again, you know, you run into some people that are upset and disappointed. But you just try to treat people how they treat you. If they treat you good, you treat them good. If they treat you bad, then I have to show another side of me and I treat them bad. That doesn't happen too often, but that's the way I have to handle it, you know? That's the only way I can do it.
We have some more questions from the audience. Amy Marcellus is ready. Amy?
Yes, Mark, we have some other small fans over here. What's your question for Kirby?
What was your most embarrassing moment you ever had in all the games you played?
Your most embarrassing moment. Have you had one, Kirby?
I've had lots of them. But the one that sticks out in my mind, some of you guys here might have been to the game, but it seemed like every year, I didn't do it this year, it was every year occurrence, and I would be running off the field, you know, from playing defense, and I don't know what happened. My shoes would get stuck to the turf, as they say, but probably I couldn't lift my legs up or whatever, but I fell right on my face like 4 times in my career. I don't know if you guys saw that, and I'm glad you didn't, but my teammates saw it, and I didn't want them to see it at all, but they saw it.
You know, I'd have a question from up here a minute, and I think from Tanya's standpoint, Mark made a good point about Kirby with the celebrity status that he has, and you don't get a lot of private time. And now that you've been here for a few years and settled into that, how have you accepted and dealt with the fact that you can't go anywhere without people recognizing this guy?
We stay at home a lot. I'm from Minnesota, and my family's here, and we all live real close to one another, so we spend time at home quite a bit. You adjust.
Catherine?
Tell us how she deals with it.
Final word. Kirby and Tanya and Catherine, we appreciate it. All you've done for Minnesota, and especially with the fans as well. Don Colleen?
We celebrate the 1991 world champion Minnesota Twins.
Twins watching baseball so